Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Chatham A's baseball, sports radio play-by-play. Let's go A's! Wooden bats through the fog, playing under the lights. The stars of tomorrow shine tonight. No one else can beat them. Come on out and see them. Chatham A's baseball, summertime on Cape Cod.
It's a Father's Day showdown on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Today, Chatham hosts Cotuit, the two squads squaring off for the second time in 4 days. Happy Father's Day to all the A's dads out there. With Andrew Selover, I'm Joe Puccio. Andrew, two main storylines for today's game. The first of all being the field conditions. The town of Chatham got 2.5 inches of rain yesterday, and it has severely impacted the playing surface.
Yeah, certainly has, and at the moment it's kind of a mushy undersurface out there on the infield especially. They put down some new soil, some new dirt out there, and so it's being dug up right now. Infield, outfield was taken to try and determine how soft it really is. That's probably the biggest concern at the moment.
And currently, Tom Holliday and Mike Roberts, both managers, are discussing the field surfaces. And Marty Lees just gave the thumbs up to Parker Smith out in the bullpen and started winding his arm. So based off that assumption, we will start playing some baseball here today at Veterans Field. So we'll keep an eye on the field conditions for you all throughout the afternoon. And the other thing that we keep an eye on is the new positions that a lot of these Chatham players are going with. The first is Lyle Miller Green playing out in center field, but a bunch of new names into the Chatham lineup as well.
Yeah, Miller Green, a guy that predominantly has played kind of right field or even left field, but he gets the start in center today. Tom Holliday said in the manager show coming up that if there's any ballpark that favors, maybe a less speedy guy in center, it's this one, not a very deep ballpark. And my eyes really at shortstop, and that goes to Aiden Miola, a guy that only played third base with Oklahoma State. Said he hasn't really played much shortstop since middle school, so I'm interested to see how he does. And also, Chris Maldonado over at first base is a guy that DH'd almost all year exclusively for Vanderbilt. We'll see how he plays the infield as well.
Yeah, funny story with Chris Maldonado that we'll get to later on in the broadcast about him playing at first base. And coming up in the manager show, I talked to Tom Holliday about all of those new players, including Aiden Miola and Chris Maldonado, two staples in Chatham's lineup, according to Tom Holliday, throughout the rest of the summer. We also talk about Lyle Miller Green, the field conditions, and, of course, Father's Day with Tom Holliday. Coming up in the manager show right here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier four-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
And we're back on the Anglers Extra pregame show. Chatham takes on Cotuit here at Veterans Field at 7 p.m. Joe Puccio here with Chatham manager Tom Holliday for the manager's show. Tom, first of all, happy Father's Day. How much does this holiday mean to you?
Well, it'd be nice if I had my kids, but I'm always up here.
Your sons are also fathers as well. You're sort of a long lineage of holidays here, especially baseball ones.
Do they have a grandfather day?
Do you think grandfathers count for Father's Day?
Well, if they don't, then it means like they're starting to forget about you already, which that's not very comfortable.
Well, they'll definitely run you on this holiday here, Tom. So let's talk about the team. You have some new faces on this lineup today, but a lot of them playing in new positions as well. Let's start with Lyle Miller Green, a guy who's been here, playing in center field today. What are you looking at for him?
Well, he's such a good athlete, and our center fielders aren't here. So technically, everybody that's played center field has been, like, learning how to on the spot. So I want to get some right-hand people in the batting order because they're going to start a lefty, then they're going to go to a righty, then they're going to finish with a lefty. And again, it's one of those games where we got to get Miola and we got to get Maldonado in the game. It's kind of unfortunate that the field's a little bit soft, but Lau in center field. I mean, this is a small park. If you're going to do that, if you're not going to go with a speed guy in center, you may as well do it in this one. And last time we played these guys, it looked like the next time you play them, you better roll your sleeves up and score some runs. So, I'm going to go with some right-hand people in the batting order to try to score some runs early.
Before we talk about Miola and Maldonado, do you want to talk about this field condition and how Chatham got 2 inches of rain yesterday? How's Veterans Field holding up?
Yeah, I mean, I never saw it rain that long all through the night, and then we play. Honestly, this morning we came out here and looked at it, and there was like, we're going to go through the effort. We're not going to be able to play. We'll get it where it looks good, and if you look at it, it looks good. It's really soft. And when Mike gets here, I'll walk the field with him. If he thinks it's dangerous, then he'll have to, go buy his team a sandwich on the way back, because we did that at Cotuit already. We went over there and didn't play. But we had to go to the wire, and we lost the sun about an hour and a half too early. If we had sun right now, we'd be good. It would set up firm, but it's really soft.
Tom Holliday here on the Manager Show. Tom, for the non-baseball fans, what's a disadvantage of playing on a softer surface?
Well, you see a guy, try to get a jump start, try to run, and if they slip, they pull a hamstring, blow a knee out. That's the dangerous part of it. And you can cover it up with pretty red that surface, but that doesn't make any difference. If it's soft under, a sudden stop, or like if an infielder tries to go get a ball and slips, you can do a little damage. The outfield's fine.
Speaking of infielders, Aiden Miola starting at shortstop today, making his first appearance in Chatham since last summer.
Aiden, his 45 days, in a lineup at Oklahoma State, his defensive prowess is really interesting. I mean, he's really one of the best third basemen I've seen in college baseball ever. And so, in my own mind, I'm watching him thinking, he goes to his left so good. Why not try him at shortstop a little bit? Who knows? But until we get, our shortstop who's at the University of Florida right now, and then, I'm going to look at him there, and it gives Antonacci a little time off, a little time away, and Antonacci may end up in there tonight, and Miola may end up sliding over to third. It's like, we'll wait and see. But it's only a 9-inning baseball game, and I know one thing: the kids that have got here, they're wanting to play, they're ready to play, and I've told them all that this could happen. Nobody's getting caught off guard, so that's important.
And Chris Maldonado, a shortstop at Vanderbilt, primarily the DH, but you got him playing first today.
Yeah, he's a power guy. Has mentioned that they had mentioned that to him. And he's like, I said, so where are you going to play in the big leagues? And his answer was like, I don't know, but I'm not afraid to play anywhere. And I'm like, cool. So you got to use your own eyes if that's the case. I haven't got any phone call from anybody at Vanderbilt telling me what to do with him. I'd really like to have him ready to come back here to play. And I didn't get that phone call. So I'll watch him. I'll play him, play him at first base a little bit, because I didn't really bring a first baseman up here. I didn't go out and get one of those. I brought Butch because I like Butch's temperament. Last year, he's more of a DH. He's okay at first, but not a Gold Glove winner, But again, I figured I'd bring enough good infielders that every day I could rotate one in there. Hey, Kent played it pretty good, and he played a little bit in school. So really good first baseman. We got burnt last year. If you remember, we had Jack Moss. He never showed up, and that really, really hurt us. And so I looked around this summer. Before I came up here, I was after a first baseman from East Tennessee State that came through Stillwater and played 3 games, and that was a real dude with a bat. An okay first baseman, but I talked to him, and I don't know exactly where he was going to draft league maybe, and then if he doesn't get drafted, maybe we'll get him up here. But first baseman, just not one of those years where they caught my eye.
Best of luck with the chess match in the lineup, Coach. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch tonight. It's Mr. Scott Boras right there.
Oh wow!
I think.
I don't think that's Scott Boras.
Yeah, he's got a Cotuit shirt on. Better not be him wearing that.
Well, that's a false sighting of Scott Boras here at Veterans Field.
He's got a clone there, doesn't he?
For our radio audience, it pretty much is a spitting image of Scott Boras.
Yeah, wow.
Let's think things up to
Maybe that's his brother.
Could be. Todd, I don't even know his brother's name. I don't even know. But anyways, let's send things up to Andrew Selover as the rest of the Anglers Extra pregame show continues.
Hey, Joe, always eventful on the Manager's Show, that's for sure. There with Tom Holliday talking about the field conditions. Still a little sloppy out there, a little wet on the infield, but we're still getting slated for a 7 p.m. first pitch between Cotuit and Chatham here at Veterans Field. The lights just flipped on. Both teams warming up down their respective lines. When we come back, we've got Catch of the Day here on Father's Day with Logan Save out of West Virginia.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TIC. Cape Cod.
Back here on the Anglers Extra pregame show, it's time for Catch of the Day ahead of Chatham and Cotuit at Veterans Field. Andrew Selover joined by West Virginia catcher Logan Save. Logan, 1 week into the Cape Cod Baseball League season, what's been the experience for you so far?
It's been amazing, you know. I mean, we get great crowds. People already have their chairs out. So, I mean, it's pretty fun getting to meet new people, playing awesome baseball, and just learning something new every day.
You've been joined by one of your teammates in J.J. Weatherholt, and now Maxiel's joining us as well here in Chatham. What's that been like to be able to play with a couple other Mountaineers?
It's pretty cool. Obviously, you know JJ. I mean, I think JJ's the best player in the country, so he and I get along really well. We bounce stuff off each other every day, and I try to learn a lot from that guy because he's the real deal.
What was the most impressive part of his season for you to get to watch it?
I mean, I feel like every time there was a big situation and JJ came up, he got the big hit. It was a home run or extra base hit, and always scoring runs.
Here in Chatham on the Cape Cod Baseball League season, what was your reaction when you found out you were going to play in the Cape?
It was pretty cool. I mean, just talking with people, this is a great league, and it was a goal of mine to get here, so getting the invitation to play here, I'm very thankful.
What's been your favorite memory you've made so far in week one?
Probably the bus rides. I mean, that's kind of when everybody meshes, because when we're with our host family, we're kind of going our separate ways. So the bus rides are fun, and we're all talking to each other and making friends.
It's Father's Day here on Cape Cod. Have you talked to your father yet so far today? And if so, what did you tell him?
I did. I texted him this morning. I said, Happy Father's Day. Love you, and I wouldn't be where I am without you today. So thank you.
What does he mean to you?
He means the world to me.
Awesome. Here on Catch of the Day, Logan Save, thanks so much for the time. We'll send it back to Joe here on the Anglers Extra pregame show.
Once again, a happy Father's Day to all the Anglers fans out there, and we hope you're spending your Father's Day nightcap on the East Coast right here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Logan Save, the catcher from West Virginia, batting 8th today for the Chatham A's. Logan Save was the catcher last time out in Chatham's win over Wareham. That was a 7-4 win 2 days ago, and yesterday all 5 games were rained out. Thought that there was a chance this one would be postponed, but doesn't seem like that's happening. We're playing baseball here at Veterans Field, so that means lineups, first pitch, and baseball coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TIC. Cape Cod.
Chatham A's baseball is on the air right now.
Swings and hits one to left center field. Back goes McFadden. He will not get there. It's a home run. A grand slam for Todd Frazier.
Chugging into second base with an RBI double is Evan Longoria. He is 4 for 4.
Hit on the ground, left side. Will it get through? Off Crawford and into center field. Federovic scores, and Chatham wins it in 11.
game-winning hit from Seager. It's a 5-4 Chatham winner.
And now, with your play-by-play, Joe Puccio and Andrew Selover.
From Veterans Field in Chatham, Massachusetts, it's Chatham A's baseball on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. The Cotuit Kettleers at 5-1. 10 points. The best team in the Cape Cod Baseball League takes on the Chatham Anglers at 2-3-1. 5 points, good enough for 4th place in the East Division. Well, it's time for the starting lineups presented to you by the Chatham Squire. We'll start with the team batting in the top of the first inning. That is the Cotuit Kettleers. This is the second time Chatham and Cotuit are battling in 4 days, so some of these names might sound familiar to you. Leading off the switch hitting shortstop from Wichita State, Brock Rodden. He's wearing number 3 today. Batting second, the first baseman from UNC Wilmington, number 30, Tanner Thatch. Batting third is the left-handed designated hitter out of Davidson, number 28, Michael Carrico. In the cleanup spot from Minnesota, right fielder Brett Bateman, wearing number 26, and also a left-handed hitter. Speaking of left-handed hitters, Jay Harry, the 5-hole for Cotuit today, plays second base out of Penn State. Batting sixth, the left-handed center fielder from Cal Berkeley, Rodney Green Jr. In the 7-hole is Cotuit's catcher from NC State, a switch hitter, Cannon Peebles. Batting eighth in left field from Tulane is T.O. Banks. He swings from the right side, wearing number 36. And batting ninth, playing third base from Indiana, the right-handed hitting Josh Pine, wearing number 10. Andrew, want to tell everyone Chatham's starting lineup?
Of course. Under manager Tom Holliday, here is the starting lineup for the Chatham Anglers at 2-3-1 at Veterans Field. Leading off and playing second base, J.J. Weatherholt out of West Virginia. Batting second over at shortstop out of Oklahoma State, Aiden Miola. Batting third, playing first base today, number 2, Chris Maldonado out of Vanderbilt. Batting cleanup, number 35, Nolan Schubert out of Oklahoma State. He plays left field. The center fielder tonight and batting fifth out of Austin P, number 13, Lyle Miller Green. Batting sixth, the designated hitter for Tom Holliday out of Texas A&M, number 60, Caden Kent. Batting seventh, the third baseman out of Seminole State College, number 22, Xavier Casarilla. Batting eighth, the catcher today for Chatham, number 57, Logan Save out of West Virginia. And out of St. John's, playing right field and batting ninth, number 5, Tate Ballestero.
The Red Nun Bar and Grill pitching matchup features Isaiah Coupe for the Cotuit Kettleers and Parker Smith for the Chatham A's. And we'll break down those pitchers in their respective half innings. Isaiah Coupe, a left-handed pitcher from Ohio State. He also made an appearance last summer against Chatham. Parker Smith, the right-handed pitcher out of Rice, making his second regular season appearance with the Chatham A's. Tonight's umpires presented to you by the Audio Associates. Behind home plate is Arturo Belmonte. At first base is Chris Scott. And the third base umpire is Tony Brunetti. Tom Holliday and Mike Roberts, two of the long-serving managers here in the Cape Cod Baseball League, are at home plate with the umpires going over the ground rules. And those two have been in talks pretty much ever since Mike Roberts got here. We were talking to Chatham assistant coach Marty Lees before the game, talking about the field conditions. The biggest thing that we were talking about was that Tom Holliday had to make the decision with Mike Roberts in order to play this game today. And Andrew, they're shaking hands at home plate with the umpires. Seems like we're ready to play some baseball.
Seems like a good sign here on Father's Day that baseball will be played all across of Cape Cod. Already 4 games underway. And just a couple minutes from game time here at Veterans Field after all 5 games were rained out a day ago.
The Chatham A's and the Cotuit Kettleers here at Veterans Field. Towing the slab for Chatham in the top of the first inning is Parker Smith, the right-handed starting pitcher out of Rice. In his first appearance of the summer, he pitched 4 2/3 innings against Brewster, gave up 2 hits with a run. That run was earned. It was a home run, 6 strikeouts and 2 walks for Parker Smith. And Smith was the starter for the opening day game against Brewster. Originally was supposed to be at Lowell Park against Cotuit. Instead, that game got rescheduled to Thursday, this last Thursday, June 15th. Chatham and Cotuit was the only game going on that day because it was a scheduled off day. And Chatham lost 10-3 in that game. Chatham scored a run in the first inning, a run in the second inning, and a run in the ninth inning. But it was not enough, losing by 7 to Cotuit. Well, it's time for the national anthem here at Veterans Field, so let's send things over to our public address announcer, Mr. Peter Burns.
Please rise for tonight's national anthem. Singing tonight's national anthem is Jennifer Kangas, former board member and longtime host parent. Jen has been singing the national anthem here at Veterans Field since at least 2014. With tonight's national anthem, Jennifer Kangas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jennifer Kangas with our national anthem today at Veterans Field. It's the Kettleers and A's coming up in just a few moments. Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones is playing, which means that the Chatham A's are ready to take the field. Chatham in its home uniforms today, the Digicamo Cape Cod Baseball League issued hats with white shirts and white bottoms. Blue pinstripes run from top to bottom. Across the shirt, Anglers in blue cursive with a red number on the front, a blue number on the back. The Chatham A on the right sleeve, and no last name, of course. Those white pants are held up by a royal blue belt and royal blue socks to go with it. The Cotuit Kettleers in the road uniforms today. The blue Cotuit hats in navy blue, a little bit darker than the Chatham blue. A white script C on the front. Maroon shirts that say Cotuit in navy blue, outlined in white. Number in the lower right corner and a number on the back, also in navy blue, outlined in white. The Kettleers are wearing the home pants with the navy blue pinstripes, held up by a navy blue belt, and maroon socks to go with it. The weather's been the name of the game for the last 2 days here on Cape Cod. All 5 games yesterday were rained out, and today, this morning, a lot of pessimism here at Veterans Field with the coaching staff. Tom Holliday said the field was slick, it's dangerous. The A's and Kettleers probably would not play today. But after some manicuring, adding some new dirt, we are ready to play some baseball. Veterans Field is in good enough shape to play Game 7 of the season. Once again, here is Cotuit's starting lineup as Chatham awaits to take the field. Leading off, the shortstop from Wichita State, Brock Rodden. Batting second, the first baseman from UNC Wilmington, Tanner Thatch. Batting third is the DH from Davidson, Michael Carrico. Batting fourth out in right field from Minnesota, Brett Bateman. Batting fifth and playing at second base is Jay Harry from Penn State. Batting sixth in center field from Cal, Rodney Green Jr. Batting seventh is the NC State catcher, Cannon Peebles. Batting eighth and playing out in left field is T.O. Banks out of Tulane. And batting ninth, the Indiana third baseman, Josh Pine. Brock Rodden, the leadoff hitter, is a switch hitter, so he'll swing from the left side against the right-handed Parker Smith. But after that, 5 straight left-handed hitters make it 6 because Cannon Peebles is also a switch hitter. And then 2 righties at the end. So for Parker Smith, the first 7 batters he'll face, left-handed hitters, and the last 2 are right-handed hitters. Well, Chatham is still outside of the dugout. Parker Smith getting his last few warm-up pitches in. Because of the field conditions, we weren't sure if the game was going to be played. And so Parker Smith didn't go through his normal regiment. It was not until Marty Lees at about 6:40, 6:45 p.m. gave the thumbs up to Smith to start going through his warm-up because they're playing baseball here. So we're just waiting for Parker Smith out in the left field corner to wrap up his pregame bullpen session. All of the Chatham pitchers are huddled around him in the bullpen, awaiting his completion. Cotuit Kettleers are hanging out in their dugout as well along the first baseline. Chatham in the third baseline. Currently the wind here at Veterans Field, the wind is blowing out towards dead center field. There's only one flag today at Veterans Field, the one that's set up in dead center field, and it's pointing past the 385 sign. So expect the baseball to fly a bit tonight. Something that Chatham has done regularly throughout this season. If you take a look at the league stats, Chatham has 4 home runs as a team. That is tied for 3rd in the Cape League. They are tied with the Bourne Braves and the YD Red Sox. In second place, Brewster with 5 home runs. And there's a tie at the top with the Wareham Gatemen and the Cotuit Kettleers with 6 home runs. Still awaiting those final warm-up pitches from Parker Smith as he makes his walk down to Chatham's dugout. He's walking with assistant coach Brock Riley, who was a member of the Chatham A's in the 2018 team. That team featured Blake Sable and Spencer Torkelson. Parker Smith is to Coach Riley's left, wearing the navy blue rice crew neck. He flips the rosin bag to his catcher, Logan Save, as the position players are still huddled around, just waiting for Parker Smith to be ready to take the field here. The fans are scattered along the backstop here at Veterans Field, celebrating Father's Day. Fans are littered all across these bleachers from just offset left side of home plate all the way to the right side. Fans line out of play right around the foul territory, right around the first and third base line. And then, as always here at Veterans Field, there are cars parked in the right center field berm. Seats are set up right on the top of Depot Road. Some in right field are right up against the wall. They probably know that Chatham and Cotuit have combined for 10 home runs this season. Maybe they want to go home with one of those 100-year anniversary souvenirs. Those fans, I'd say smartly, have placed themselves right behind the wall. And so Chatham takes the field with its starting pitcher, number 18, Parker Smith. The right-handed pitcher out of Rice. Andrew, tell us a little bit more about Chatham's starter.
Yeah, Smith, a sinker-slider change-up mix. So with a sinker ball pitcher, you expect a lot of ground balls. And we'll see how that infield plays quite early, I would imagine. With a couple new guys on the infield, should be interesting with Miola over at short and Maldonado at first. Parker Smith pitched well in his first outing on Cape Cod, went 4 innings in the opener against Brewster, gave up just 1 run in the first inning of work, just gave up a hit. And so he is looking to dominate this lefty-heavy Cotuit lineup. So expect a lot of favorable matchups at the top of the lineup. You mentioned it, Joe. 5 lefties and 2 switch hitters to start for manager Chris Roberts. And so for the Kettleers, you face a righty in Smith with 7 straight left-handed bats to start the game.
Well, it makes it interesting for Tom Holliday moving in later during this ball game. Does Tom Holliday decide to bring in a left-handed arm to face a lot of these left-handed hitters? We know that Gabe Davis, a right-handed pitcher out of Oklahoma State, is hot for Tom Holliday purposes. That just means that he's ready to go at any point tonight and is most likely to pitch, but he's another right-handed arm. So does Chatham go with a guy like Irvis Solis later on in the game? Any other left-handed pitchers out of that bullpen, including Carlos Ray and Max Yell out of West Virginia? A lot of puzzle pieces for Tom Holliday to play today, and he's already had to put together a few puzzle pieces. That means putting Veterans Field together to play today's game. Just after 7:09 p.m. on the East Coast would be the latest start time here at Veterans Field this season. Makes up for the game in Cotuit a few days ago. That game was supposed to start at 5 p.m., but it started at 4:56 p.m. We were just getting done with our Anglers Extra pregame show, and all of a sudden there was first pitch. This time around, well, we're just waiting a little bit extra time. We're not complaining. as we thank you for joining us here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network to celebrate Father's Day. Sauve throws down to Miola, the new shortstop for Chatham today, and we are ready to play some baseball. Brock Rodden into the left-handed batter's box, the shortstop from Wichita State. A righty on a lefty matchup. Parker Smith working out of the windup. His first pitch is cut on and missed for strike one. We are underway. We've been talking about the conditions on the field, but the conditions in the air, 63 degrees and windy. 7:10 first pitch. 0-1. Misses inside for ball one. The time and temperature, as always, presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. A ball and a strike to Cotuit's leadoff hitter. Parker Smith fires home. Swing and a miss. He chases the changeup blowing outside. And it's now 1-2. Brock Rodden was 2 for 5 in Cotuit's win over Chatham on Thursday. His 1-2 pitch is popped up directly over our heads, high above diamond side third base line. Count remains 1-2. Top of the first inning, just getting underway. No score between the Kettleers and the A's. Smith gets the sign and delivers home. Fastball at 91 misses high. The count goes to 2-2. Infield, outfield straight away for the left-handed Wichita State shocker. There's the 2-2. Misses outside. It's ball 3. Brock Rodden batting .273 through 6 games with Cotuit. Has a homer and 2 RBIs. Pitch. Lined back to the screen, foul, and the count remains 3-2. Parker Smith sitting at around 90 miles an hour to start today's outing. Plenty of radar guns behind home plate, getting an eye on Parker Smith out of Rice. He nods, gets the sign, and delivers. Line drive foul. He was in front of the slider, barreled it up, but just hit it into foul territory. Count still 3-2. He's tied with the team high 3 stolen bases, so Parker Smith has to pitch to Rodden here. 9th pitch of the at-bat. Here it is. This is inside for ball 4. Ball trickles away from Sauve, but Brock Rodden gets on with a leadoff walk. Here comes Tanner Thatch, the first baseman from UNC Wilmington. He stands in with a runner on first and no outs. No score here in the top of the first. Thatch 4 for 10 to start the season. Boy, 2 home runs and 2 RBIs in 5 games. Smith pitches. A slider that stays outside. It's 1-0. Thatch had the first multi-home run game for Cotuit since July 12th of last year, when Tommy Troy hit 2 home runs in a 6-6 tie against Hyannis. Smith's 1-0 is hit to the left side, popped up. Casarilla gets called off by the shortstop Miola, and he makes his first catch of the summer for out number 1. Andrew, seems like a good time to go over Chatham's defensive alignment, presented by Short and Sweet Ice Cream.
That's right, Joe. Across the outfield left to right. In left field for Chatham is Nolan Schubert. In center, Lyle Miller-Green. And in right field, Tate Ballestero. Xavier Casarilla at third. Aiden Miola at short. At second for Chatham is J.J. Weatherholt. Over at first base, Chris Maldonado.
The first pitch to Michael Carrico. Swing and a miss.
Logan Sauve receives that first pitch strike from his pitcher, Parker Smith.
Carrico got fooled with the changeup blowing outside. He's down 0-1. Carrico, the DH from Davidson, another left-handed hitter in manager Mike Roberts' lineup. Snap throw to first. Rodden gets back in safely. Dove into the left side of the bag. Smith threw over to Chris Maldonado over at first base. He's making his first start of the summer as well for Chatham, just like Aiden Miola. Smith's 0-1. Pumps the glove at 90 and a called strike at the knees. It's 0-2. Before the game, we talked to assistant coach Marty Lees. We said, hey, Chris Maldonado's playing first today. Lees went over to Maldonado and said, you know you're playing first? Chris said, nope, but I'm ready to go. There he is over at first base. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Tipped foul into Arturo Belmonte's chest behind home plate. That's the home plate umpire today. As a reminder, Chris Scott's over at first base and Tony Brunetti's over at third.
Huge secondary over at first for Brock Rodden after that pitch. As you mentioned, Joe, a threat to steal, 3 stolen bases on the season so far with Cotuit.
He gets 2.5 strides, now 3 off of first base, make it 3.5. He's ready to dance. 4 strides. Smith throws over to first, and the tag didn't get him in time.
Well, he one-hopped it. If he throws that on target, they might have a pickoff move to erase Rodden.
Instead, Rodden stays at first base with 1 out. At the plate, it's no balls and 2 strikes to Carrico. No score, top of the first. Smith, first base side of the rubber. He fires. The runner goes, but it's tipped foul.
And Carrico looks back in frustration because he knows that with that jump, he needs to either put it in play or let his teammate steal second because Rodden had that bag stolen easily.
Rodden's getting 4 strides off of first base. Smith's giving him a look. Only thrown over twice so far. Smith comes set, hands at his chest, glances towards first down, fires home. Line drive into center field. Miller Green hustles in. He makes the catch. Had to move 15 steps to his right. Collects the ball for the second out. Rodden heads back to first. With a runner on first and 2 gone, in stands Brett Bateman, the right fielder out of Minnesota. 4th straight left-handed hitter for the Kettleers today. He's a Golden Gopher with a black dipped bat over his left shoulder. Smith's first pitch, squared around a bunt, pulled back as the pitch missed inside. The sinker at 90 misses the strike zone for 1-0.
And Bateman's the other guy that's tied with Brock Rodden over at first with the team high of 3 stolen bases on the season.
Brett Bateman, the top hitter for Cotuit this year. Smith throws over to first. Didn't get Rodden, though. Back in safely. Well, Rodden took an extra half step right as Smith started to throw over to first base. Rodden cleans off his uniform for the 3rd time since being walked to start this game. A ball and no strikes on Bateman. Smith on the first base side of the rubber, throws over to first once more. Maldonado doesn't apply the tag. Time is called. Brock Rodden is packing in the dirt, pretty much where he stops his lead. We've been talking about it all day, but the field conditions, the biggest storyline today at Veterans Field. Town of Chatham got 2.5 inches of rain yesterday. It's created a soft dirt in the infield. Chatham coaches earlier today were dumping new dirt on top of it to make the playing surface less slick. Play resumes. Smith's 1-0. Misses outside. It's ball 2. Earlier, Tom Holliday and Mike Roberts had Tate Ballestero, Chatham's right fielder today, just start running around the dirt to see if he was planting his foot, making sure he wasn't slipping and sliding. Everything's good. Here's 2-0. Line drive into right field to Ballestero. It's a base hit. Rodden takes a hard round around second. He chugs into third. The throw comes in, not in time. Rodden safe. Brett Bateman gets a single, but right on contact, Brock Rodden was thinking 3. Runners on the corners with 2 gone in the top of the first. Still no score. Ballestero came up throwing too. Brock Rodden was chugging around the bases. Steam lines into third.
And that's where that extra secondary lead comes around to help you. Off on contact as well with two outs, or else you would have had to freeze on the line drive, and that all sums up to a 1st to 3rd advancement.
Brings up Jay Harry, left-handed hitter from Penn State. First pitch. Misses inside, ball 1. 79 miles an hour, the changeup inside. Jay Harry 4 for 15 in the early season. 3 doubles, 3 RBIs. Was 2 for 3 in his last game, which was against Chatham. It's a 1-0 pitch low. The sinker at 89. 2 balls, no strikes. Harry had a team-high 60 hits with the Nittany Lions this past spring. He struck out once every 10 at-bats. 2-0. Misses low, the slider, and it's now 3-0. Brock Rodden stands at third, Brett Bateman at first. Runners on the corners with 2 gone. No score, top of the first between Cotuit and Chatham. Harry back in the left-handed batter's box, awaits the 3-0. And it misses inside for ball 4. Smith administers a 4-pitch walk to Jay Harry. And it loads the bases for Rodney Green Jr. Sixth straight left-handed hitter to come up for Cotuit. Rodney Green Jr. only 2 hits so far this summer, but one of them being a home run. He had a 3-run shot in Orleans yesterday. Pitch. Squared around a bunt and he missed it. 0-1.
Not sure if I agree with that play here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Because you have to force it at every base, it makes for typically a pretty easy out unless you put it in the perfect spot.
Chatham's defense is straight away as they await the 0-1 pitch. Green takes a hack and tips it into Save's glove. It's no balls and 2 strikes on the Cal center fielder. Parker Smith in a jam. Runners everywhere. Rodden at third, Bateman at second, Harry at first. 2 gone, no score. No balls and 2 strikes to Green. Here's the pitch. Sinker misses low and inside. Count runs to 1-2. Green Jr. has a team-high 10 strikeouts. Can Parker Smith set him down for the 11th time this season? He has hands in his chest and fires. Hard ground ball to Weatherholt at second base. Scoops it into his chest, throws over to first in time, and Smith gets out of the jam. A 4-3 ground out leaves 3 runners on base, and Parker Smith holds the Cotuit Kettleers scoreless in the top of the first inning. The Kettleers get no runs on a hit. Bases left juiced, and no errors for the A's defense. Parker Smith throws 28 pitches in the top of the first inning and hopes that his offense can crack the scoreboard in the bottom of the first. Due up for the A's, Weatherholt, Miola, and Maldonado against Isaiah Coupe. It's Chatham nothing. Rather, Cotuit nothing. Chatham coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
Home half of the first inning here at Veterans Field. Cotuit nothing, Chatham coming to bat for the first time today. The top of the first inning took 12 minutes. Cotuit was held scoreless and left the runners stranded all on base. All 3 bases had Cotuit runners on. Chatham's lineup faces Isaiah Coupe, the left-handed pitcher from Ohio State. He stands at 6'1", and the Illinois native made his first ever Cape League start back on June 12th against Wareham. 4 innings, gave up a run, gave up a hit, 7 strikeouts and 1 walk in a 3-2 win over the Gatemen. And if that name sounds familiar, well, almost a year ago to the day, June 12th, 2022, Coupe pitched right here at Veterans Field, pitched 2 innings against the A's, no runs on a hit, 2 strikeouts, and earned himself the win over the Anglers. Coupé's second appearance at Veterans Field, and he has to face J.J. Weatherholt, the nation's top hitter in college baseball last spring, for his first at-bat. A lefty-on-lefty matchup. Coupé working from the windup, his first pitch. Misses outside, ball 1.
And if you missed catch of the day on the Anglers Extra pregame show, his teammate Logan Save didn't mince words when he said he thought he was the best player this year in college baseball.
1-0 is cranked into deep right field. Bateman hustles back. He's at the warning track and makes the catch a lot at the wall. J.J. Weatherholt showed why he can be one of the best hitters in college baseball. Roped that out into right field, but Brett Bateman was there to make the catch for the first out. 2 pitches in, already 1 out, and in stands Aiden Miola, Chatham's shortstop today, wearing number 17. First pitch, misses high, and it's ball 1 at 90 miles an hour. Aiden Miola played 4 games with the A's last summer before separating his shoulder. He fouls off a 1-0 pitch towards the first base dugout, and it's 1-1. Miola had just 1 hit in 10 at-bats, but he played 27 games with Oklahoma State this past spring, a .330 batting average. He's in the right-handed batter's box against Coupé, and in the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Golfed at the off-speed stuff low, and the count goes to 1-2.
Primarily a fastball slider mix for Coupé, mixes in a changeup and a curveball as well from the left side.
1-2 pitch. That time the curveball, but it missed outside at 74 miles an hour. Counts even at 2-2. Aiden Miola just wrapped up his sophomore campaign. The 2-2 misses high. Miola works himself a full count. Aiden Miola had himself quite an unlucky season, according to Chatham manager Tom Holliday. He suffered 2 concussions since separating his shoulder here last summer. The 3-2 is lined down the third baseline. It's foul. He suffered one of them in fall ball and the other during batting practice this spring. A ball went right through the netting of a turtle, and the ball hit his head. .3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Coupé broke out the slider and sets down Miola for the second out. Tom Holliday has a lot of high praise for Miola. Tom said that for 30 days this past spring, he was the best third baseman he's seen in college baseball since Robin Ventura. Cape League Hall of Famer, a longtime Major League Baseball player and manager. Well, in stands Chris Maldonado with 2 outs. He takes a first pitch slider low for ball 1. Maldonado, another new face to Chatham. Playing over at first base today. 1-0. Heater misses low. And the count goes to 2-0. Maldonado was primarily a designated hitter for the Vanderbilt Commodores this past spring. Played just 1 game at shortstop. Swings from the right side, gets set for the 2-0. Swing and a miss. He's given the green light on the slider low and inside. Ran right to his feet. 2-1. Maldonado getting the nod to play first base. We mentioned it earlier. He didn't know he was playing first base until batting practice. 2-1. Fastball misses high, and it's now 3-1. Maldonado said he didn't know he was playing first base, but he was ready for it. And he caught a throw from J.J. Weatherholt that ended the top of the first inning. Got Chatham out of a jam. 3-1. Misses outside for ball 4. Chris Maldonado's first at-bat with Chatham. He works himself a 5-pitch walk. Extends the Anglers' life here in the bottom of the first inning and sends things over to Nolan Schubert. With the runner on first and 2 gone, still no score in the bottom of the first inning. The left-handed Nolan Schubert to face the left-handed Isaiah Coupé. Maldonado gets his lead off of first. Coupé stares at him from the third base side of the rubber. Fires home. A slider drops in the zone from strike 1. That one started at Schubert's hands and dropped right into the heart of the plate. Schubert in his last game against Wareham, which was 2 days ago, 2 for 3 with an RBI sac fly. Pitch. Line back to the screen, foul. Quickly 0-2. Schubert hitting the cleanup hole in the 7-4 win against Wareham, just like he is today. He also had a double back in the 7th inning against Wareham and came around to score. No balls, 2 strikes on the Oklahoma State left fielder. Pitch. Curveball misses outside. It's ball 1. Wind still blowing out to dead center field, but for the first time since about 1 p.m. today, the sun is shining at Veterans Field. Gray clouds in right field, the sun setting behind the left field trees. 1-2, cut on and missed. First strike 3. And Schubert walks back to the dugout as the final out. Isaiah Coupe gets 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the first inning. Allows no runs on no hits and 1 runner on base. Top 2 up next. No score between Cotuit and Chatham.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, located right around the corner from Veterans Field at 790 Main Street in Chatham. Pick up a pie on your way to the game or grab a calzone before first pitch. The dough for their specialty pizza is rolled right before your eyes. Eat in or take out, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and sometimes later. Call 508-348-0200. See their full menu online at sweettomatoescapecod.com. Sweet Tomatoes, a Chatham pregame tradition.
Well, I came by your house the other day. Your mother said you went away. She said there was nothing that I could have done. There was nothing nobody could say. Now me and you, we've known each other, yeah, ever since we were 16. I wished I would have known. I wished I could have called you just to say goodbye, Bobby G.
Onward to the top of the 2nd inning here at Veterans Field. No score between the Kettleers and the Anglers. Parker Smith returns to the mound for Chatham. His top of the 1st inning took 12 minutes. He walked 2 batters, gave up a hit, but got himself out of a jam. 3 runners left on base, no runs for Cotuit. Due up for the Kettleers in the top of the 2nd inning, 7, 8, and 9, starting with Cannon Peebles, the catcher from NC State. He's a switch hitter, hitting from the left side against the right-handed Smith. Infield, outfield, straight away. Smith gets the sign, and his first pitch is grounded to Maldonado at first. He knocks it down, ball goes to his right, underhand flips to Smith, covering the bag, and sets down Peebles for the first out. First base, a position Maldonado is not familiar with. But he stopped the baseball from going into right field and made the underhand flip to Smith, covering at first base, and that's the first out in the top of the 2nd. Brings up T.O. Banks, the left fielder out of Tulane, who wears number 36 for Cotuit in the right-handed batter's box. Smith's pitch is a check swing, appeal to first. First base umpire Chris Scott says yes, he went. 0-1. Banks just completed his sophomore season down in New Orleans. 0-1. Caught on and missed in front of 80 miles an hour. He's quickly down 0-2. He's making his first appearance of the summer with the Kettleers. He hit .301 in the AAC with 18 bombs, 51 ribbies. 0-2. Hammered deep left field. Schubert runs back, he looks up, and it 2-hops the wall. Schubert's throw comes into the shortstop Miola. It's a stand-up double for T.O. Banks. Down 0-2 in the count. Didn't matter. Banks got in front of the changeup inside, and he drove it down the left field line. Second hit of the ball game for Cotuit. With a runner in scoring position and 1 out, in stands the 9-hole hitter Josh Pine from Indiana. He's a righty swinger against the right-handed Parker Smith. First pitch misses low and away, ball 1. Sinker at 92 miles an hour from Smith. the third baseman for Cotuit today, in the right-handed batter's box, gets set for the 1-0. Tipped foul. Landed in Sauve's glove and then fell right out. Counts even at 1-1. Pine was 0 for 4 in his debut for Cotuit against Orleans. That was a 6-1 win 2 days ago. Kettleers at 5-1 this season, 10 points. Best in the Cape League. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider low and inside. And it's 1-2. Pine hit .295 with 6 homers and 56 RBIs with the Hoosiers. He stares in for the 1-2. Chopper down the third base line. It's foul. Count remains at 1-2. He's from the Hoosier State, Bloomfield, Indiana, playing his college baseball with the Hoosiers. Big Ten All-Freshman honors. He had 6 homers and 57 RBIs in 2022. Smith on the first base side of the rubber glances towards second base and fires home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string. 84 miles an hour with the slider. It sets down Pine for the second out. Order flips for Brock Rodden with 2 gone and a runner on second base. No score in the top of the second inning. Rodden walked to start this game, was left stranded at third base. Smith with his hands at the anglers on his chest, goes home. Throws a first pitch sinker for a strike, 0-1. Rodden was 1 for 5 in the win against Orleans 2 days ago. 2 for 5 in the win over Chatham on Thursday. Takes an 0-1 pitch low and outside, and it's ball 1. Runner on second base is Banks. 2 outs. Top of the second inning. Chatham nothing, Cotuit nothing. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Healthy hack at the sinker. Rodden couldn't keep up with it, and he's down 1-2 in the count. Cotuit manager Mike Roberts operating as the third base coach, as he does all season for the Kettleers. Gives some signs to T.O. Banks at second base and claps for his shortstop in the left-handed batter's box. Bat above his left shoulder, time is called, and a pitch clock violation on Parker Smith. So the count goes to 2-2. The 20-second pitch clock here in the Cape Cod Baseball League. There's a clock behind home plate and a clock below the left center field scoreboard. That clock evens up the count at 2-2. Smith gets set and fires home. Chopper to the right side, a high hop to Weatherholt. He fields it, throws over to first quickly, and sets down Rodden by a half step to retire the side. Rodden was flying out of the left-handed batter's box. Weatherholt fielded it quickly and in one motion zipped it over to Maldonado at first to end the frame. No runs on a hit, no errors for Chatham defensively, and 1 runner left on base. Let's go to the bottom of the second inning. Cotuit nothing and Chatham nothing on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
I got so down and out in Frisco, tired of the pills and the rain. I picked up headed for the sunshine. I left a good thing behind. Seemed all of our love was in vain. Now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train. I come here looking for a new life, one I wouldn't have to explain. That voice that keeps me awake at night, when a little piece would make everything right.
we go to the home half of the second inning. No score between Cotuit and Chatham. Due up for the Anglers in the bottom of the second inning, Miller Green, Kent, and Casarilla. 5, 6, 7 in Tom Holliday's lineup. Against the left-handed Isaiah Coupe. First pitch to the right-handed Miller Green. Takes a slider for a called strike, 0-1. Lyle Miller Green is playing in center field today. The first time we're seeing Miller Green in dead center. 0-1 pitch. Curveball dances in the zone. It's strike 2. At the plate, Miller Green has a 4-game hit streak in his 4 games so far this year. Last time out, 2 for 4, with a run scored on a walk and a strikeout. 0-2 pitch. Chopped foul towards Chatham's dugout along the third baseline. Tom Holliday, before the game today, said that he just wants to see how Miller Green plays out there in center field. Tom Holliday still waiting on Matthew Etzel from Southern Mississippi to make his trek up to Cape Cod. Projected to be the routine everyday starting center fielder. 0-2. Line foul, a check swing that went over towards Cotuit's first base dugout. First base coach Dustin Williams picks up the ball and fires it over to the ball boys by Chatham's dugout. Count remains at 0-2. So because Chatham's waiting for Etzel and wants to give a night off to Mark Schallenberger, a left-handed hitter, well, in comes Miller Green, the right-handed hitter, to play center field. 0-2 pitch. Misses low and inside. And the count goes to 1-2. Miller Green just finished his junior year at Austin P. Stands at 6'6", 230. He stares in at the left-handed Coupe, who works from the full windup. Ground ball to the left side. 2 hops to the third baseman Pine. Throws on 1 foot over to first, and that retires Miller Green for the first out. One gone in the bottom of the second inning. In stands Caden Kent, Chatham's DH today. Well, we'd be remiss if on Father's Day we didn't talk about Caden Kent's father, Jeff Kent. 19-year MLBer. Caden takes a first pitch fastball outside for ball 1. Not only is Jeff Kent the 2000 National League MVP and played for multiple teams, as his son takes a 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2, but Jeff Kent has been a regular at Chatham games. That last pitch was a strike that just nicked the outside corner, so it's 1-1.
They had to appeal down the third late, and it was turned around.
The 1-1 pitch, that one skips in the dirt outside. So now there's 2 balls, but just 2 balls and a strike on Caden Kent. But Andrew, we've seen Jeff Kent plenty this Cape League season. Throwing BP to Caden, talking to some of the Chatham players as Caden takes the 2-1 off-speed pitch outside. And it's now 3-1. Caden Kent was 2 for 5 against Wareham in Chatham's last game. Takes a 3-1 pitch outside for ball 4. Third walk of the summer for Kent. And he reaches first base with 1 out. Brings up the right-handed hitting Xavier Casarilla from Seminole State College. He's got Caden Kent on first with 1 out and no score in the bottom of the second inning. Casarilla manning third base today for Chatham. Coupe moves from the windup to the stretch. His pitch is a fastball that misses outside for ball 1. Casarilla was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts in Chatham's win 2 days ago against Wareham. Time is called. Cotuit's catcher Cannon Peebles walks out to Coupe on the mound to discuss. And it's hard to imagine that they'd be talking about a base-stealing threat in Caden Kent. Chatham's DH only had 3 stolen bases with the Aggies last spring. Peebles gets back in his crouch, flashes some numbers down to Coupe, towing the third base side of the rubber. Has a black glove held to his maroon jersey. Gets the sign and pitches. A heater, called strike on the inside corner. It's 1-1 to Casarilla. 90 miles an hour dotted the bottom left inner corner on Casarilla. Kent gets 2 strides off of first base. The first baseman, Thatch, does not have his foot on the bag. The 1-1. Fastball misses inside. Ball 2. That one just an inch to the left of the last pitch. Works to Casarilla's advantage. He's up 2-1 in the count. Right-handed hitter against the left-handed pitcher. Coupe fires home. Kent goes. Swing and miss. Throw down to second. He got Kent. Caden Kent caught stealing. The pitch was a slider inside that was swung on and missed by Casarilla. So the count's even at 2-2, now with 2 outs and nobody on.
Yeah, and that's a hit and run right there. Got a breaking ball, and Casarilla just couldn't make contact.
The 2-2 pitch, knocked foul. Dribbled to the left of Cannon Peebles, and count remains 2-2. Caden Kent was given the steal sign by Marty Lees. The hit and run sign with Casarilla. The 2-2. Curveball breaks in the zone for strike 3. Casarilla watched it go by for the final out. That curveball has a 15-mile-an-hour difference from the fastball. It locked up Casarilla for the final out. An inadvertent 1-2-3 inning for Isaiah Coupe. No runs, no hits, no one left on base. Let's go to the top of the third. No score at Veterans Field.
Chatham A's on the air.
Let's keep it rolling here at Veterans Field. Top of the third inning. Cotuit nothing, Chatham nothing. With Andrew Selover, I'm Joe Puccio. Thank you for spending your Father's Day with us here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Batters 2, 3, and 4 due up for Cotuit, starting with Tanner Thatch, the first baseman, swinging from the left side. I'd like to give a special shout out to my dad, Rich Puccio. He was in Chatham this morning. We had some breakfast down on Main Street, and he's now headed back to upstate New York. The first pitch to Thatch is a fastball that just misses outside for ball 1. Headed back to upstate New York. He's golfing tomorrow, so he's celebrating Father's Day the right way. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Smith's 1-0 pitch misses low, and it's ball 2. Thatch popped out to short back in his first at-bat in the first inning. Has a black-tipped bat over his left shoulder. He stares at Smith for the 2-0. Heater at 90, called strike on the inside corner. 2-1. Parker Smith working a sinker, slider, changeup combination. That fastball with a little bit of tail on it. 2-0, clocked into right center field. It's down for a base hit. Thatch takes a hard round around first as Miller Green, the center fielder, throws it into Weatherhold at second base. He holds Tanner Thatch to a leadoff single. That was a sinker. That was high in the zone. Thatch hit it at 100 miles an hour off the bat. He stands on first base with no outs, and it brings up Michael Carrico, Cotuit's designated hitter. Also a left-handed hitter. Smith toes the first base side of the rubber, fires over to first. Maldonado doesn't slap the tag on Thatch, as Thatch slid back in safely on the left side of the bag. Thatch gets 3 strides off the bag as Smith fires home. Off-speed pitch called strike. 0-1. Carrico flied out to center field back in the first inning. A top of the first inning that took 12 minutes to complete. Smith comes set, hands at the chest, 0-1. Popped foul just to the left of the press box, high above diamond side third base line. It counts at 0-2. Andrew, we've had some really close calls with some 100-year anniversary foul balls coming our way.
Yeah, that wasn't quite at the top of the list, but it was getting close there.
Some dips here in the protective netting. They're just asking for us to take home a ball. Here's the 0-2. Fastball goes out of Sauve's glove and trickles all the way to the backstop. Tanner Thatch moves into scoring position on the wild pitch. It was a sinker that didn't sink. Sauve had to scramble after it. Thatch moved an easy 90 feet. A ball and 2 strikes to Michael Carrico, the DH for the Kettleers today. No score, top of the third. Smith glances towards second base, lifts his leg and fires. It hits him. Well, he catched Carrico's right ankle and he grimaces going over to first base. Well, that one sounded like a foul ball, but I guarantee you that was a hit by pitch. It hit his ankle. Parker Smith loses him. Puts Carrico on first base. Tanner Thatch is already on second. Cotuit's playing station to station to start this top of the third inning. Brett Bateman stands into the left-handed batter's box with runners on first and second. Cotuit's trainer is coming out to meet with Carrico as he walks past first base. You know that feeling you get, Andrew, when you were a kid and you got a Razor scooter clipped to your ankle?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a similar feeling, right?
Yeah, hit right on the bone. You could just hear that one as he hustles down the right field line, just trying to run off the pain. And now he'll drop back to first base.
The best part about the Razor scooter is that you're always okay. It stung for about 15 or 20 seconds, but it seems like that's the same thing with Carrico here. He gets his lead off of first base, kicks his right foot, and stares at his teammate Tanner Thatch over at second base. Brett Bateman on the left side of the plate gets set for Smith's first pitch. Squares around a bunt, pulls back. It's a sinker called strike, 0-1. Brett Bateman singled in his first at-bat, but was left stranded at second base. Chatham's corners are in. First and third baseman's toes are edging the grass. Smith throws over to second base. It was a lackluster throw over to Miola, who was covering the bag. A lollipop throw, and Thatch gets back to second base standing. The runners retake their leads. Chatham's middle infielders are hugging second base as Smith takes a deep breath on the mound. His 0-1 pitch. Bunt popped up towards Chatham's dugout. Right behind Chatham's dugout. Popped foul, and it's 0-2. Well, the bat boy has to go into the crevices between Chatham's dugout and the fence. That's where practice mounds are kept. That's where an external microphone is kept for our broadcast here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Bat boy fishes out that baseball. No balls and 2 strikes to Bateman. Here's the pitch. Puts this bunt in play. Smith picks it up, zips it over to third, gets the lead runner for the first down. That was a rocket bunt right back to the pitcher. Smith fielded it halfway between home plate and the pitcher's mound. Threw over to Casarilla at third base and got Tanner Thatch as the lead runner.
And that's the byproduct right there, Joe, of trying to bunt with 2 strikes. You can't try and make it perfect. You hit it right back down the middle to the pitcher, and Smith had a pretty easy play with the force at third.
It brings up Jay Harry, the left-handed hitter. First pitch. Misses low for ball 1. That time the slider brought a puff of white chalk up into the air. A ball and a strike. Rather, a ball and no strikes. Scored as a fielder's choice for Brett Bateman that moved Michael Carrico to second base. Runners on first and second, 1 gone. No score, top 3. Pitch. Line back to the screen, foul. Counts even at 1-1. That foul ball knocked off a Chathamese souvenir drink that was along the backstop. That might be the most casual, the biggest casualty in this half inning. The 1-1. Skips in the dirt. Sauve blocks it. Another slider that kisses the dirt. It's 2-1 to Harry. The Penn State third baseman who swings from the left side wears no batting gloves. He earned himself a walk in the top of the first inning. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Smith's pitch is popped up high in the infield. Infield fly rule is called as Miola makes the catch on second base and falls into Michael Carrico, the runner over at second base. There's 2 outs, and when Miola fell on Carrico, Carrico's feet were on the bag, so no inadvertent double play from Chatham shortstop. 2 gone in the top of the third inning, and it brings up Rodney Green Jr. Cotuit center fielder grounded out to second base to end the bottom of the top of the first inning. He swings from the left side with a black-dipped bat over his left shoulder. Swings at the first pitch and tips it foul towards Cotuit's first base dugout. It's 0-1. The runner on second base, Carrico. Runner on first base, Bateman. 2 outs, top of the third inning. Cotuit nothing, Chatham nothing. Cotuit with no runs on 3 hits. The A's, no runs, no hits. Smith fires home. His 0-1 is grounded towards J.J. Weatherholt. Backhand stops it. No, goes into center field. Carrico rounds third. He comes in to score. Cotuit cracks the scoreboard first. 1-0 in the top of the third inning. An RBI single for Rodney Green Jr. It was hit right back up the middle. J.J. Weatherholt, the second baseman, with a glove on his left hand, went to backhand it. It hit off his glove and trickled into center field. Carrico flied around the bases, came in to score. So now runners on the corners with 2 outs, and in stands Cannon Peebles. First pitch to the lefty, skips in the dirt. Ball and no strikes, the NC State catcher. Smith gets the sign, sets up on the first base side of the rubber, and delivers home. Hard ground ball into right field. It's a base hit. Bateman comes home to score. Consecutive RBI singles for the Kettleers, this time from Cannon Peebles. And it's 2-0 Cotuit in the top of the third. That RBI single moved Rodney Green Jr. to second base. Parker Smith laboring up to 61 pitches through 2 2/3. He faces T.O. Banks. Hopes of him being his last batter. First pitch. Sinker called strike. 0-1. Banks had a double in the top of the second inning in his first at-bat of this Cape League season. A double here would surely played across at least one. There's an 0-1 pitch. That's fanned on. First strike 2. Banks was way out in front of that slider. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Cotuit 2, Chatham nothing. Top of the third inning of Veterans Field. Righty on righty matchup. Smith, a deep breath on the mound, glances toward second and goes home. Throws the slider low and outside and misses for ball 1. Banks, the left fielder for Cotuit today from Tulane, sets up in the right-handed batter's box. He's got gray batting gloves and black cleats. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second punch out of the game for Parker Smith, and that does it for the top of the third. But not before the Cotuit Kettleers score 2 runs, put across 3 hits, and leave 2 runners on base. It's 2-0 Kettleers. Bottom third up next.
Chatham A's on the air.
Bottom of the third inning at Veterans Field. Cotuit cracked the scoreboard first in the top of the third. Kettleers got themselves a 2-0 lead over the Anglers. Due up for Tom Holliday. 8, 9, and 1 in the Anglers order. Logan Sauve, Tate Ballestero, and J.J. Weatherholt. Isaiah Coupe, the starting pitcher for Cotuit, back out for his third inning of work. So far, he's given up no runs and no hits. 2 base runners, administered by 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Something about Veterans Field for Isaiah Coupe. Back on June 12th of last year, Coupe against Chatham with these same Cotuit Kettleers picked up the win. 2 innings pitched, no runs, a hit, and 2 punch-outs. First batter he faces in the bottom of the third, Logan Sauve, the West Virginia catcher. The first pitch is a fastball called strike, 0-1. Logan Sauve was featured on Catch of the Day on the Anglers Extra pregame show with Andrew Selover. If you missed that, you can head over to our Twitter page, @Chatham Anglers. The 0-1 misses outside for ball 1. Sauve has a few West Virginia teammates on this team, including J.J. Weatherholt, as he takes a healthy hack at the 1-1 pitch rather, misses it for strike 2 at 91 miles an hour. J.J. Weatherholt and Max Yell, who was recently activated to Chatham's roster. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking. Isaiah Coupe fans his 4th Chatham batter. And the 2nd straight batter looking. It brings up Tate Ballestero with 1 out and nobody on in the bottom of the third. Ballestero plays right field today. Swings from the right side as a switch hitter against the lefty Coupe. He takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Coupe gets the sign, deals. Hit hard into right center field. It's down for an extra base hit. One hops into the right fielder Bateman's gloves. He throws it into second, and Ballestero is held to a single. Tate Ballestero gets Chatham's first hit of the game. Probably a hop or an extra foot away from it being an extra base hit. But instead, the 9-hole hitter gets on with a 1-out single. And the order flips for J.J. Weatherholt.
Really nice play out there and right by Bateman. Hustled into the gap on a spin. He grabbed it before it could one-hop against the wall and fired it into second. 9 out of 10 times, that's probably a double.
First pitch to Weatherholt. A curveball that breaks into the zone for strike 1. Weatherholt, Chatham's leadoff hitter, flied out to right field. Flied out to Bateman. That's the first out of the game. First out of the bottom of the first, should say. 0-1. Another curveball, and Weatherholt's way out in front of it for strike 2. The Coupe is pairing this curveball at 75 miles an hour with a heavy fastball at around 91, 92 miles an hour. He comes set from the third base side of the rubber, looks towards first, lifts his leg, and goes home. A ground ball to second. This could be 2. Harry spins, throws to second, over to first, pump fake, no throw. They just get the lead runner Ballestero at second base on a 4-6 putout for the second out. J.J. Weatherholt reaches first base on a fielder's choice. Harry fielded the ball and he spun backwards for the most part. Did a 180 to throw it over to the shortstop. Ate up some time. Coupe's first pitch skips in the dirt and bounces away from Peebles. Weatherholt advances an easy 90 feet on the wild pitch. It wasn't that hard of a hit ball to the right side. It's just that Harry fielded it. He spun towards second base, threw it to the shortstop Rodden, and Weatherholt was flying down the first baseline. To beat out a potential double play ball. Weatherholt now stands at second base after the wild pitch. The 1-0 to Miola. Skips in the dirt for ball 2. Aiden Miola, Chatham's shortstop today, swinging from the right side. He struck out swinging in the first inning. He waves a silver-dipped barrel over his right shoulder. Takes a 2-0 pitch inside for ball 3. That time the changeup from Coupe. He comes set, looks towards second base, and goes home. 3-0 fastball called strike in the inside part of the plate, up 3-1. As I mentioned earlier, Aiden Miola had 2 concussions this past spring, rather this past scholastic year, as he rips a 3-1 pitch to a diving catch by Rodden at short. Brock Rodden not only robs a base hit, but he robs Chatham from scoring its first run of the game. And that ends the bottom of the 3rd inning. Brock Rodden gets high fives from all the Kettleers as most of his teammates meet him on the warning track right in front of Cotuit's dugout. Well, Chatham's still looking for its first run of the game, but the A's got its first hit thanks to a 1-out single from Tate Ballestero. Chatham with no runs on a hit, no errors in the field for Cotuit, and just 1 man left on base. Let's go to the top of the 4th, where Chatham trails 2-0 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC. What I want, you got, and it might be hard to handle, but like a flame that burns a candle, the candle feeds the flame. Yeah, what I got, full stop, of thoughts and dreams to scatter, and you pull them all together, and how I can explain. Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true.
Top of the 4th here from Veterans Field, Andrew Selover, along with Joe Puccio. Chatham trails Cotuit 2-0 through 3 in Game 7 of the Cape Cod Baseball League season. 9-1-2 due up for Cotuit, still facing the starter Parker Smith. His first pitch, check swing, just misses outside with the slider for ball 1 to the 3rd baseman Josh Pine. Pine, one of 2 strikeout victims so far for the Rice righty. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut at the sinker, down and in. Evens the count at 1-1. Smith surrendered the only 2 runs of the ball game in the top of the 3rd. 1-1 bounces in for ball 2. Went 4 innings, only allowing 1 run to Brewster in the season opener. That a full 8 days ago. His 2-1. Swing and a miss. Got him fooled with again the slider. Runs the count to 2-2. Infield playing slightly to pull in the right-on-right matchup. Out of the windup, Smith comes set. He offers. Chopped down the 3rd base line, and it tails just a foot foul. Scooped up by Casarilla just to the left of the bag. Josh Pine, the sophomore from Indiana. This is first year playing summer collegiate baseball. Did not play after his freshman season. Hit 300 this season with the Hoosiers. Stands back in from the right side. Here comes another 2-2. Misses in the dirt, runs the count to full. There have not been very many easy outs to come by so far tonight for Parker Smith. Already up to 71 pitches, no outs in the top of the 4th. Another 3-2, lifted high on the infield. In from short is Miola. He calls off Weatherholt and squeezes it for out number 1. That's the third pop-up to short so far today. In 4 innings, Aiden Miola has been quite busy in his debut with Chatham.
And Tom Holliday said he's just trying him out at short because why not?
Said he hasn't played shortstop much since middle school, but he was going to have fun out there, and that's important. First pitch to the leadoff man, Brock Rodden, misses down and in from Smith for ball 1. Rodden was 2 for 5 on Thursday against Chatham with a run scored. 10-3 win for Cotuit, 1-0 popped out of play. Anglers got off to a 2-0 lead, similar to what Cotuit holds right now over Chatham through 3. And then Cotuit struck big time for 7 runs across the 4th and the 5th inning and won 10-3. 1-1 skips in, 2-1. Anglers 0-3 on the road to start 2023, but 2-0-1 here at Veterans Field. 2-1. Skied out of play again, third base side, into the trees. Rodden, the junior out of Wichita State, battling in a left-on-right matchup, 2-2 the count. Pitch count up to 76 here in the 4th. The offering. Grounded over to short. Backhand actually at second by Weatherholt. Fires across the body. Close play, but in time to retire Brock Rodden for out number 2.
Keeping Rodden off the base paths a priority for Chatham today.
First time that in 4 innings, the starter Parker Smith has retired the first 2 batters in an inning against Cotuit. 5 hits, 2 runs, no errors for the Kettleers. No runs, just 1 hit, no errors for Chatham. First pitch to Tanner Thatch. Runs outside for ball 1. Thatch, one of 5 players in the Cape Cod Baseball League, tied at 2 home runs for the league lead, and he's ahead 2-0. Another fastball runs outside to the lefty. And he did so in just 1 game, the last game, a victory over Orleans on Friday for Cotuit. Smith comes set, still out of the windup, his 2-0. Line straight up the middle, and it drops in front of Miller Green in center field. A 2-out base knock off the bat of Tanner Thatch, who has now hit Parker Smith hard in each of his last 2 ABs. Stands over at first for Michael Carrico with 2 away in the 4th. That one came off the bat at 101. His single to start the 3rd came off the bat at 100. 2 rockets from the first baseman. Carrico bats from the left side as well. First pitch runs away in the dirt for ball 1 with the sinker. You have to imagine this would be the last inning of work for the starter Parker Smith. Pitch count at 81, and the bullpen up and working down the left field line. Pickoff move not in time to first. Smith dangles the ball from his right arm, comes set at the chest with the sign from Save. Now from the stretch, the righty pitches. Runs it upstairs, ball 2. Carrico scored the game's first run after flying out to center in the 1st. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd and came around to score. Off an RBI single from Rodney Green Jr. 2-0 away for ball 3. Parker Smith, I'm sure, would agree he hasn't had his A game so far today. Escaped jams in both the 1st and the 2nd, was tagged for 2 runs in the 3rd. 2 down and a runner at first, but behind in the count 3-0 to Carrico. The righty comes set, kicks and fires. Fastball right down the middle, strike 1. Michael Carrico, the junior from Davidson, 3 for 14 to start 2023, but he does have 2 home runs. 1 against Chatham on Thursday. 3-run, runs outside with the breaking ball. A 5-pitch walk issued to the designated hitter. Puts 2 on with 2 away for Brett Bateman.
in the first inning, after Smith recorded his second out, he faced 3 batters. Same thing in the third inning as well.
3 walks and a hit by pitch so far tonight for Parker Smith. That brings the whole infield in after the latest base on balls, along with Tom Holliday out to the mound. No signal yet to the bullpen from the manager for Chatham. A lefty is up and warm for the Anglers, though, at the moment. Instead, Tom Holliday elects to stay with his starter, Parker Smith, to try and escape another jam here in the 4th inning. He has faced at least 1 runner in scoring position now in each of the 4 frames to start the night. Smith steps off the back of the mound, looks out towards center field, touches the brim of his camouflage Cape Cod League hat, and now steps on the right side of the rubber, facing Brett Bateman, who bats from the left side. Out of the stretch, he offers, and he finds the inside corner with strike 1. Bateman singled back in the first, reached on a fielder's choice off a bunt in the third, came around to score the second run for the Kettleers. Cotuit leads Chatham 2-0, top of 4. Looking back to second, the pitch. Runs over the heart of the zone with the slider, quickly 0-2. Parker Smith up to 87 pitches in the 4th, trying to manage his way through 4 innings, allowing just 2 runs. Tanner Thatch stands at second, Michael Carrico at first with 2 down. The 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. Fastball at 90 miles per hour, eye level to Brett Bateman. Bateman leads Cotuit with a .438 batting average. On base more than he's not at .525. 5 RBIs. Would love one here. The 1-2. Lifted out towards right center field. That one dropping quickly, and it reaches into right center field past the dive of Miller Green. Around to score Thatch. Carrico gets the wave. The throw home is not in time. Sliding in safely is Michael Carrico. A 2 RBI double off the bat of Brett Bateman. Doubles the lead 4-2 to Cotuit in the top of the 4th. That ball smoked in the right center field gap. Miller Green decided to go all out for it from center field. He laid out, couldn't make the play. Tate Ballestero backed him up from right field. But the relay from the second baseman, Weatherholt, not in time. 2 more runs in for Cotuit. First pitch on the outside corner, strike 1 to Jay Harry. Harry 0 for 1 with a walk back in the first. Also in an opportunity to drive in a run with Bateman at second. He stares at strike 2 on the outside corner instead.
And Tom Holliday is still keeping Parker Smith out on the mound after a mound visit and giving up a 2-out, 2 RBI double.
Back again in a pitcher's count. Bateman stands at second with a 4-step lead, 0-2 with 2 away in the top of the 4th. The pitch. Grounded back up the middle to his left over at short. Miola fires to first, not in time. A slow chopper that Parker Smith let go, and Miola on a charge from short couldn't fire to first in time to beat Jay Harry. He's aboard with an infield single. Runners at the corners, and Tom Holliday back out of the home dugout. That signals the end of the day for the starter Parker Smith. He can't escape the top of the 4th and exits with runners at the corners. Already 2 runs in the inning and 2 down for the Kettleers. Cotuit has already doubled its lead 4-0 over Chatham in the inning and still threatening for more when we return with Rodney Green Jr. to the plate.
Cape Cod.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. I find it very, very easy to be true. I find myself alone when each day's through. Yes, I'll admit that I'm a fool for you. Because you're mine, I walk the line. As sure as night is dark and day is light, I keep you on my mind both day and night.
Chatham bars in, called to the bullpen for Chatham. Brings in Carlos Ray, the lefty reliever from Nova Southeastern, to replace Parker Smith. He enters with runners at the corners in a 4-0 lead for Cotuit and faces a lefty in Rodney Green Jr. The first pitch misses below the zone for ball 1. Parker Smith goes 3 2/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 3 walks, a hit by pitch, and 2 strikeouts, still responsible for the 2 runners on, already 4 earned runs against him. The 1-0. Foul tipped off the mitt of Save up the first base line. 1-1 the count. Green Jr. had the first RBI of the game when he drove in Michael Carrico back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 2. Carlos Ray, in his second outing with Chatham in 2023, came out of the pen against Hyannis earlier this week. Pickoff move to first. Back in time, standing is Jay Harry. Ray, the lefty, stands at 6'3", 205, junior from Nova Southeastern, where he had a 2.73 ERA this season with the Sharks. He pitches and just misses the outside corner with ball 2. Primarily a four-seam fastball, slider, and changeup mix for Carlos Ray.
Carlos really wanted to get this game in today when all the managers are talking.
He throws over to first, and Harry had not even taken his lead yet, so he remains standing on the bag.
When both coaching staffs went to talk to each other in the infield earlier in the game, Carlos, he knew he was going to pitch today. He wanted to go out and play.
2-1. Check swing at a ball upstairs. No appeal from Chatham. 3-1 the count to Green Jr.
He told me that in Florida they play in this weather.
Left on left matchup with runners at the corners in a 4-0 game in favor of Cotuit, top of the 4th. 3-1. Grounded foul down the first base line. Broke the bat of Green Jr. Maldonado into foul territory to field it. Flips it over to Cotuit's first base coach. Green Jr. back to the first base dugout to grab a new wood bat. Isaiah Coupe, the starter for Cotuit, has limited Chatham to just 1 hit through 3 innings. So a big moment here in the top of the 4th for the Anglers to try and keep it a manageable game. 4-0, the advantage for the Kettleers at the moment. 3-2 the count with 2 away and runners at the corners. Ray comes set, he pitches. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Carlos Ray comes out of the bullpen and strands runners at the corners for Cotuit, but not before the Kettleers strike for 2 more. 4-0 Cotuit through the top of the 4th at Veterans Field.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Like tell you about now, baby. You know she comes around. Just about 5'4", from her head to the ground. You know she comes around here. Just about midnight. She make her feel so good, love. She make her feel alright. And her name is G. L. Whoa. R.
Isaiah Coupe retakes the mound for Cotuit, now pitching with a 4-run advantage in the bottom of the 4th, ready to face off against 3, 4, and 5 in the Chatham lineup. That's Chris Maldonado, Nolan Schubert, and Lyle Miller-Green. You can finalize the line for the starter Parker Smith for Chatham after Carlos Ray ended the top of the 4th. 3 2/3, 8 hits, 4 runs all earned, 3 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 2 strikeouts. Left on right matchup with Chris Maldonado. Coupe winds and fires, and he misses below the zone in the dirt for ball 1. Maldonado, his first start in a Chatham Anglers uniform. 1-0 to him. Just misses upstairs with the slider. 2-0. Wearing those white pinstripe uniforms with the navy lettering and numbers. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cuts right through the fastball at 90 miles per hour. 2-1. Came in as a pinch hitter last night, rather 2 nights ago. We were rained out last night. Picked up a sac fly. 2-1. Foul tip to the backstop. 2-2. So he's still technically 0 for 0 with the Anglers, but, well, yeah, he still is 0 for 0 as he walked in the first. But he does have an RBI to his name. Stands back in from the right side, ready for a 2-2. Coupe leans in for the sign. Now he agrees and fires. Lifted out towards left field. Coming in a couple steps is Banks, now drifting backwards, and he has it for out number 1. So now officially, Chris Maldonado is 0 for 1 in a Chatham Anglers uniform. He'll work on that average when he comes around back in the lineup, but for now it's Nolan Schubert, the cleanup hitter tonight for Tom Holliday, who digs him from the left side. Schubert, a freshman out of Oklahoma State. Starting out in left field tonight. First pitch. Bounces in front of the plate for ball 1. 2 for 6 so far in a Chatham Anglers uniform. Did have a 2 for 3 performance last time out against Wareham. Ooh, high and inside to the lefty. 2-0 with the fastball as he ducks out of the way. Chatham coming off a win against Wareham 7-4 at home on Friday. 2-0. Upstairs for ball 3. With the rain out at Harwich yesterday, it's now technically a 3-game homestand for the Anglers. A win against Wareham, now against Cotuit, and against Bourne tomorrow. 3-0, pumps it right down the middle. Strike 1. Anglers 2-0-1 at Veterans Field to start the year. Cotuit trying to change that. The pitch lined out towards right center field. That touches down for a base hit. Scooped on the backhand by the center fielder Green Jr., who fires it in quickly to hold Schubert to a 1-out single. And that base hit off the bat of Schubert draws a mound visit and a call to the bullpen. As quick as that from manager Mike Roberts. Isaiah Coupe's day is done. He lasts 3 1/3 innings and is removed after a base hit from the 4-hole hitter Nolan Schubert. He exits with the lead, 4-0 Cotuit, halfway through 4.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
The fourth inning is the time for the Chatham Bars in called to the bullpen, apparently. Both managers in tonight's game removing their starters in the middle of the fourth inning. Mike Roberts ends the day for Isaiah Coupe. The lefty goes 3 1/3 innings pitched, gives up 2 hits, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts, and is lifted after a 1-out base knock from Nolan Schubert. The new reliever into the game, Cam Hill, junior out of Georgia Tech. Also a lefty at 6'6", 215. First man in is Lyle Miller Green. The pitch, breaking ball over the outside corner for strike 1. Cam Hill, not a new face for the Chatham Anglers. Pitched against Chatham on Thursday and was very effective, allowing just 1 hit in 3 innings and 4 strikeouts. Looks over towards first and pitches. Fouled off in on the hands of Miller Green, quickly 0-2.
Cam Hill was pitching with a large lead. In the 5th inning, Cotuit had a 7-2 advantage.
Pitching with a 4-0 lead over Chatham here in the 4th at Veterans Field. And quickly ahead of the first batter he faces, Miller Green, 0-2. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Elevated a fastball at 94. And LMG chased it. First strikeout of the day for Cam Hill, and there's 2 down in the 4th. A couple fireworks going off in the distance behind the houses over the right field hill. Skies darkening as the sun has set here on Cape Cod. Lights taking full effect. First pitch to Caden Kent on the way. On the outside corner, strike 1 with the slider. Cam Hill this season with Georgia Tech. 18 appearances, 5 of them starts. Those 5 starts all in the midweek. Had a 7.98 ERA. But he's off to a good start with Cotuit. 0-1. Fouled over our heads, out of play, 0-2. Has not given up a run in either of his first 2 appearances with the Kettleers this summer. Went 2/3 of an inning in his debut, game number 3 at Bourne. And then 3 innings pitched on Thursday against the Anglers. The lanky lefty looks in for the sign and pitches. Up and in to the lefty, Caden Kent, for ball 1. Kent was walked back in the 2nd, his only time facing Isaiah Coupe, who goes through the lineup just 1.5 times tonight. He was then thrown out at 2nd on a failed hit and run by Chatham. 1-2. Breaking ball misses outside, 2-2. Cotuit holds a league-leading ERA of 2.25 among the staff, and that has been apparent now in the 2nd time between the Kettleers and the Anglers. Chatham scored just 3 runs on Thursday, no runs in the 4th tonight. 2-2. Just misses outside, ball 3. Cannon Peebles out from behind home plate, walks in front of the plate and tosses the ball back to the reliever, Cam Hill. He retoes the left side of the rubber, leans in, ready for a full count offering. Comes set at the belt, looks over to first. The lefty pitches. Runner goes, swing and a miss, strike 3. Caden Kent mowed down. First 2 batters faced for Cam Hill, both forward Ks. Chatham leaves 1 on in the bottom of the 4th. The Anglers still scoreless through 4. It's 4-0 Cotuit here at Veterans Field, Game 7 of the CCBL season.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. say double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain and hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places. But the
Top of the fifth at Veterans Field, and it is all Cotuit thus far. Kettleers leading the Anglers 4-0. Carlos Ray on for his first full inning of work out of the bullpen for Chatham. He faces the bottom of the lineup, beginning with Cannon Peebles, who bats from the right side. First pitch to him, and there for strike one at the knees. Peebles, the switch-hitting catcher out of NC State. First two times through, hit from the left side, now flipped over to the right against the lefty Ray. And he lines one right back up the middle, past the diving shortstop Miola into left center field. Hard round around first. Miller Green eventually gets to it and guns it into second. But not before Cannon Peebles reaches on a leadoff single to start the fifth.
Cotuit not afraid to steal bases early in this season, tied for the league lead with Bourne and Brewster at 14 stolen bases.
This the bad part of the lineup for the reliever Carlos Ray from the left side. First pitch runs outside to a right-handed hitting Teo Banks, the left fielder tonight for Cotuit. Switch hitter Peebles in the 7 hole, and then righties Banks and Pine in the 8 and 9 hole. Top of the lineup is a switch hitter Brock Rodden as well, before 5 lefties for Cotuit. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut at 90 miles per hour evens the count up at 1-1. Top of the fifth means it's time to check in on the Chatham Bars Inn MLB scores tonight. Chatham Bars Inn, New England's premier oceanfront resort. Joe, what do you have for us?
Well, the first one, let's go to the Twin Cities, and I'll get that score after this pitch here.
1-1. Upstairs for ball 2.
The Tigers took down the Twins 6-4 today. Spencer Torkelson, a 2-run home run in the 5th, propelled Detroit to victory. The Giants took down the Dodgers 7-3 today. Former 2018 Chatham A's squaring off in that one.
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Again, the fastball, 4-seamer from the lefty Ray, evens the count up at 2-2 on Teo Banks.
Blake Sable was 2 for 4 today, the catcher for the Giants. Michael Bush, the third baseman for the Dodgers, 0 for 3. Once again, the Giants took that one 7-3 over LA.
Count even up at 2-2. Runner at first is Peebles, no away. The pitch. Foul tipped in on the hands, back to the backstop. Banks stays alive.
Cincinnati beat Houston today in 10 innings, 9-7. Chatham in 2017 World Series MVP Jeremy Pena was 0 for 4 today.
Teo Banks, a 12th round MLB draft picked himself by the Cubs in 2021 out of Permian High School in Texas, and he cuts and misses at the 2-2 slider in the dirt, and he's down on strikes.
The Cubs fell to Baltimore today 6-3 at Wrigley. In the Brewers and Pirates game, Milwaukee took down Pittsburgh 5-2. Connor Joe, former Chatham mate, was 0 for 4 in this game. And I know we normally stick with baseball here, Andrew, but we got to give a golf update to the fans.
First pitch misses low in the dirt to Josh Pine in the 9 hole.
Final round of the U.S. Open at L.A. Country Club. Wyndham Clark, currently the leader at 11 under, but Ricky Fowler came into the day as a leader at 10 under. He's currently 4 over through 12, tied for third place.
1-0. On the inside corner, strike 1 to Pine.
Were you pulling for Ricky?
I was. He's never won a major before.
Exactly.
It kind of came out of nowhere, but it doesn't sound like it's going to happen.
Rory McIlroy in second right now, just a shot behind Clark. Maybe McIlroy
sounds like a two-man race.
Yeah.
1-1 skips in the dirt, traces the chalk line of the right-hand batter's box. 2-1 to Josh Pine.
A good day to be Tommy Fleetwood. He shot 7 under in the final round. He posted a total of 5 under for the tournament.
Low scores at a U.S. Open this year. A Couple guys in double digits at the minute. 2-1, cut on and miss, 2-2.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty much a two-man race right now between Wyndham Clark and Rory McIlroy for the 2023 U.S. Open.
I thought Scotty Scheffler might come from behind today to win it.
Yeah, he's shooting 1 over through 13 right now, tied with Ricky for third place.
Throw back to first, nearly gets away from Maldonado. Had to make a stabbing attempt with his left hand, and he gloved it before it could chase down the right field line. 1 down in the top of the 5th. Chatham trails Cotuit 4-0. Runner at first is Peebles. 2-2 pitch to Pine. Swing and a miss. Carlos Ray mowing down Kettleers at the moment. Back-to-back strikeouts. He has 3 through the first 4 batters he's faced.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the game where Cotuit has 2 switch hitters, 2 right-handed hitters, and 5 lefties in a row. We were thinking potentially the first arm out of the pen would be a lefty, and it was. We were right. Carlos Ray, and as you mentioned, right, he's mowing down these batters.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second, 1 hops in there, tag applied, on the feet in time. Peebles erased by Logan Save. Just like that, Carlos Ray is through the 5th. After a leadoff single, Cannon Peebles is erased on the base paths by the catcher Logan Save with a 1 skipper down to second base. Chatham still trails it halfway home. All Cotuit 4-0 Kettleers through the top of the 5th.
The Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, give me all a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, give me all a prayer. Johnny's got his 6-string high. Now he's holding in when he used to make it talk so tough. It's tough. Cheetah dreams of running away. She cries in the night time and whispers, "Baby, it's okay." Someday we gotta hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, live it on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, live it on a prayer. Live it on
Bottom of the 5th, and Chatham desperately in search for some offense. To do so, they call on the bottom of the lineup and some right-handed hitting against the lefty reliever for Cotuit, that is Cam Hill. Casarilla, Save, Ballestero due up. 2 righties and a switch hitter in Ballestero. First to Casarilla, the first pitch misses up and away for ball 1. Xavier's 0 for 1 tonight with a strikeout looking back in the 2nd. Chatham just 2 hits through 4 innings. No runs. 4 runs on 9 hits, no errors for Cotuit. 1-0. Lifted into shallow right center field, a mile high. Couple steps to his left for Bateman. Now back to his right, and he has it at his hip for out number 1. Brings up Logan Save in the 8-hole, who also struck out looking his first time to the plate against Isaiah Coupe. First pitch on the way to Save. Fouled off down the first base line, out of play. Save picked up his first 2 hits with Chatham this summer, his last time out on Friday against Wareham. A 2 for 3 day with a run scored, an RBI, and a hit by pitch. 0-1 to the catcher. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball, and Save swung right through it. 93 on the gun from the lefty Hill, who works quickly right back into the windup. The lefty nods, he fires, and he just misses up and away. Change up at 85, and Save laid off. Logan Save and teammate J.J. Weatherholt in the lineup today out of West Virginia. Mountaineers made a run to the NCAA tournament this year. 1-2 misses upstairs, 2-2 the count. Weatherholt said, despite all of his accolades this year, that was the best accomplishment of them all, making it to the NCAA tournament after missing by just a couple spots last year. 2-2, cut on and missed. Save down on strikes for the second time tonight.
Chatham's having helpless at bats right now, swinging at pitches out of the zone, trying to start some offense. Only 2 hits so far.
Well, it has not been good news when Chatham has had to face Cam Hill so far this season. Just 1 hit for the Anglers in 3 innings on Thursday. 3 strikeouts in his first 4 batters faced, and he starts Ballestero with a slider on the inside corner for strike 1. Tate Ballestero also picked up his first hit with Chatham his last time out, which was against Cotuit on Thursday. Swing and a miss. Fastball at the top of the zone, 0-2. Came in as a pinch hitter late in that game, picked up an RBI double in his only plate appearance. Behind in the count, 0-2, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th, nobody on the pitch. Check swing up and away. Ballestero laid off at 94. Tate picked up his second hit of the season with a single back in the 3rd. 1 of 2 hits so far for Chatham. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fooled on the slider. Ballestero swings right through it, and Chatham goes in order in the bottom of the 5th. Cam Hill strikes out 2, and he's through the 5th. Chatham trails it 4-0.
Chatham A's on the air. Well, I was born in a small town and I live in a small town. Live in the same small town. My job is a small town, but there's little opportunity. Hey! Educated in a small town, taught to fear Jesus in a small town. Used to daydream in that small town.
Top of the 6th from Veterans Field, still all Kettleers. Cotuit leads Chatham 4-0. And the top of the order, due up for Cotuit, facing Carlos Ray for the first time. Rodden, Thatch, and Carrico. Rodden 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 1st. He stands in from the right side, the switch hitter. Now batting from the right side for the first time today. First pitch from Ray, well upstairs. Save did well to get a glove on it as it ran right through the left-hand batter's box for ball 1. Brock Rodden came to the plate back in the 5th, but was set down as he was clipped on the 1-0 that came inside, just caught a piece of the jersey, and he trots right down to first base. Leadoff man on for Cotuit in the 6th. Brings up Tanner Thatch, who's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles, a run scored as well. Left on left matchup. Ray deals. Pumps the mitt at 89 for strike 1. Top of the 6th means it's time to check on some Cape Cod Baseball League scores presented by Sweet Tomatoes.
2 finals, one that had a result, the other was a tie.
0-1 bounces in the dirt. Good stop by Save. 1-1.
Brewster took down Hyannis 3-0 today at McKeon Park. Falmouth and YD tied 4-4. Went to the lone extra inning. The extra runner on second base didn't matter.
3rd tie of the season, I believe. We have yet to find a result in the 10th inning so far. 1-1 chases inside to the lefty Tanner Thatch and nearly clipped him too. 2-1.
We might be on our way to our 4th tie this Cape League season because Bourne and Wareham are tied up at 6th, bottom of the 10th inning at Spillane Field.
Man. Do have the runner on second to start the inning. 2-1, misses low and away.
And the other result, besides Cotuit being up 4-0 on Chatham in the bottom of the 5th, Harwich leads Orleans 8-1, bottom of the 7th inning at Eldridge Park.
Can we get a hit count for the Firebirds?
I can get that for you.
3-1. Swing and a miss. Swung out of his shoes as Thatch goes down to the ground in a heap. Elevated fastball, and he was gunning for the hill out behind the right center field fence. Runs the count to full. Orleans was getting no hit through 5 innings is the reason I asked.
Okay, they have 1 hit.
Okay.
1 hit. 1 hit and a run.
3-2. Misses outside ball 4. First 2 reach on a hit by pitch and a walk to start the 6th. Orleans was 1 hit here at Veterans Field as well by a combination of Brody Brecht and Matt Wilkinson for one of Chatham's 2 wins so far this year. Firebirds struggling for offense, batting average below 200, worst in the league. First pitch to Carrico, squares around a bunt, lays it back down to the pitcher Ray, who goes to third in time. Throw back to first, skips in. Maldonado does a good job to get his body in front and keep it on the infield. For the 2nd time tonight, Chatham pitcher erases the lead runner with a bunt. Brock Rodden retired on a fielder's choice over at third base.
Another heads-up play from a Chatham pitcher, recognizing the bunt. If the momentum's going towards third base, might as well get the lead runner.
Both bunts, the other coming back in the 3rd inning, have gone right back to the mound. First pitch to Bateman, misses low and inside for ball 1. So Carrico stands over at first. Thatch at second with 1 down. Top of the 6th, 4-0 Cotuit over Chatham. Kettleers pacing the CCBL at 5-1, trying to make it 6-1 through 7 to start the year. Pitch misses well inside. Out of the way of it is the lefty Bateman. Nearly another hit by pitch for Carlos Ray here in the 6th. Bateman has reached all 3 times tonight. A single back in the 1st, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, came around to score, and had an RBI double in the 4th. 2-0, lifted out towards shallow left center field. Running in is the left fielder Schubert, and he grabs it. No, he dropped it. Out from short is Casarilla. He misses the throw. It skips back to the catcher Save. And now the question is, was it caught and then dropped? And the official ruling is no, it was dropped by Schubert on a routine fly out to left. Everybody is safe, and the bases are loaded for Cotuit.
Schubert's walking back to his post on left field, shaking his head, looking down. Carlos Ray had to dive out of the way of the ball that was being hurled in from left field, and he just looked up to the sky and shook his head after the ball whizzed by his head.
E7 the ruling, loads the bases. Miola was out from short after it was dropped. He probably had a chance to throw out Thatch at third. First pitch misses low and away to the lefty Jay Harry for ball 1. And he missed Casarilla at third base by probably 4 feet. Save, fortunately for Chatham, was backing up the play to avoid any extra advancement from Kettleers. 1-0 pitch. Bounces in there, 2-0. All sorts of trouble here for Chatham in the top of the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 away, and a 4-0 lead for Cotuit. Jay Harry digs back in from the left side. He's 1 for 2 today with a single back in the 4th. Also walked in the 1st. Carlos Ray deals. Check swing and a ball upstairs, appeal down to second base, no swing. 3-0 the count. Chatham in danger of walking in a 5th run. Jay Harry pinch hit for Cotuit against Chatham in the 10-3 win on Thursday. Went 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 RBIs. Has a chance to tack on here in a 4-0 game. 3-0 pitch, taking all the way, and it misses low and away for ball 4. An RBI walk for Jay Harry brings in the 5th run of the day for Cotuit. Tanner Thatch steps on home plate, and the Kettleers open up their largest lead of the day, 5-0 over Chatham in the 6th.
This is what happens when you give teams extra outs. Carlos Ray has to work himself out of a jam here.
Bases still loaded and 1 down for Rodney Green Jr. Carlos Ray pitches, and he misses outside for ball 1. 5 straight balls from the lefty Carlos Ray. 5-0 Cotuit, top of 6. Right now working from the abbreviated windup, his 1-0 up and in for ball 2, and that brings Logan Save trotting out towards the mound to chat things over with Carlos Ray, who has lost all sense of command on the last 6 pitches at the wrong time if you're an Anglers fan. Save, a brief conversation, now walks back behind home plate. 1 run already in for Cotuit in the top of the 6th. Bases loaded, Carrico at 3rd, Bateman at 2nd, Harry at 1st, and a 2-0 count to Rodney Green Jr. The lefty Ray offers, and he misses outside, 3-0.
He's grimacing on the mound, readjusting his jersey, taking deep breaths. He's thrown 7 straight balls.
Bullpen finally up and working down the left field line for Chatham. 3-0. That time finds the outer half for strike 1. Carlos Ray steps off the left side of the mound, back on, licks his fingers, now readies, and pitches a 3-1. And again, he pumps the mitt. Taking all the way once again was Green Jr. for strike 2. Full count with the bases loaded and 1 down in the top of the 6th. Cotuit trying to stretch out a 5-0 lead. The payoff. Popped foul down the first base line. It lifts over the first base dugout, home of the Kettleers, into foul territory and out of play. Ray gets a new baseball from Arturo Belmonte, our home plate umpire. He comes set at the chest, gets a sign from Save. Out of the windup, another payoff pitch. Lifted foul, out of play, down the 3rd baseline this time. Second full inning for Carlos Ray after he got the last out of the 4th. Has not been the best. Started with a hit by pitch, then a walk. Fielder's choice over at 3rd. An error and a walk. 3-2. Just misses below the knees. Another base on balls issued by Carlos Ray. The 4th free pass of the inning, if you include the hit by pitch, brings home Michael Carrico to score the 6th run of the day for Cotuit. Bases still loaded and still just 1 man out in the inning.
Tom Holliday peering over towards his bullpen, and now he starts walking.
A slow trot for Chatham's manager as he crosses the foul line down the 3rd baseline and makes his way back out to the pitcher's mound to talk things over with Carlos Ray, who has walked 3 batters in the 6th, also hit Brock Rodden to start the inning. Only out coming on a fielder's choice off a bunt from Michael Carrico that was thrown over to 3rd to erase the lead runner, being Brock Rodden. And certainly not helping the cause was an E7 on a dropped pop fly to left field by Nolan Schubert. Arturo Belmonte waits at the base of the pitcher's mound to break up this meeting. And now Chatham motions down to the bullpen for a Chatham bars in call to the pen. Chatham in all sorts of trouble here in the top of the 6th. Carlos Ray's day is done. He goes 1 2/3 in relief of the starter Parker Smith, and Chatham trails at 6-0 with 1 out and the bases loaded for Cotuit when we return.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. Do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew I was out of luck the day the music died. I started singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone. But that's not how it used to be. When the jester sang for the king and queen in a coat he borrowed from James Dean, and a voice that came from you and me.
Chatham bars in, call to the bullpen, ends the day for Carlos Ray. And for the first time, Gabe Davis trots in for Chatham. Freshman from Oklahoma State, wearing number 21 on the white pinstripe uniforms tonight for the Anglers. Carlos Ray goes 1 2/3 innings pitched, gives up just 1 hit, walks 3, hits 1, strikes out 3. Already charged for 2 runs in the inning, responsible for 2 more with the bases loaded. Brett Bateman over at third would be an unearned run because he reached on an E7. Gabe Davis stands at a massive 6'9", 220 pounds, freshman out of Choctaw High School in Choctaw, Oklahoma. First batter faced the switch hitter Cannon Peebles, who bats from the left side. The righty Davis pitches. Grounded right back up the middle to second, over to short for 1, on to first. In time, 4-6-3 double play on just 1 pitch. How about that out of the bullpen for Gabe Davis? Weatherholt to Miola, over to Maldonado to end the threat in the top of the 6th for Cotuit. But not before the Kettleers tack on 2 more off Carlos Ray. 6-0 Cotuit halfway through 6.
Chatham A's on the air. Well, it was nearly summer. We sat on your roof. Yeah, we smoked cigarettes and we stared at the moon. And I'd showed you stars you never could see. But it couldn't have been that easy to forget about me. Maybe time meant nothing, anything seemed real. Yeah, you could kiss like fire when you made me feel like every word you said was meant to be. No, it couldn't have been that easy to forget about me. Maybe even
Bottom of the 6th from Veterans Field. Top of the lineup, due up for Chatham against the reliever Cam Hill. Anglers trailing Kettleers 6-0 halfway through 6. Cotuit struck for 2 more in the top half of the inning on no hits, 1 error. Kettleers left 2 on base. Gabe Davis comes in, 1 pitch, and he rolls a double play to get out of the inning. Eerily similar to what Irvis Solis did on his first outing with Chatham.
You know, Andrew, it's like you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. And you have to feel for Carlos Ray because an inning in 2/3, 3 walks, gives him 2 runs with just a hit, and he hit a batter. How does he react when Gabe Davis comes back in the dugout? Is that a sense of relief? Can Chatham build off of this momentum? We'll see here in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, if there were a spot where you needed the top of the lineup to produce, it would be right now. Feeling like a dead dugout down the third base line, lacking energy tonight. Chatham just 2 hits through the first 5 frames. J.J. Weatherholt digs in from the left side against Cam Hill. First pitch, swing and a miss. Right through the breaking ball at 78, well out in front. First time that Weatherholt will face the lefty out of Georgia Tech. Hill from the windup, his 0-1. Upstairs, check swing, no appeal. 1-1 the count. Cam Hill didn't have the best of years with Georgia Tech. We mentioned the 7.98 ERA, but he's been virtually unstoppable when he's pitched in summer ball. His 1-1 is grounded sharply to the right side. Backhand stop by the second baseman, throw on to first, not in time. And J.J. Weatherholt comes up gimpy as he touched on first base. Jay Harry went to his right, deep in the hole, and he fired on to first, not quite in time. And J.J. Weatherholt is down the first base line. Not what you want to see right now.
J.J. flew down the base path. It's when he stepped on the bag. It's when you started seeing him limp. And now he's laying in foul territory with Dustin Williams and trainer Julia Holland.
And you see that occasionally when guys try and stretch out going for first base to beat out a single that he did just there. Land awkwardly on the bag as he lies face down on the grass in right field in foul territory. A guy that just put up a historic season of college ball at West Virginia gets to his feet and slowly walks back towards the bag in foul territory. Dustin Williams has his helmet, the first base coach for Chatham. Still no motion whether he'll stay in the game or not as he gingerly walks towards first base. And that will end the day for J.J. Weatherholt as he pats his right hand mitt on his right leg and is replaced by a pinch runner. Into the game is Kyson Donahue out of Hawaii for Chatham. Weatherholt tapped on the back by catcher Cannon Peebles for Cotuit as he slowly walks off under his own power towards the third base dugout.
It's good to see that JJ gets off the field on his own power. And we'll follow up with the coaching staff, including Tom Holliday, about JJ's status going into tomorrow's home game against Bourne.
And even if he possibly could continue, no reason to risk it. Right. In a 6-0 game in the bottom of the 6th, the guy with a very bright future ahead. First pitch on the outside corner for strike 1 to Aiden Miola. So Kyson Donahue, the pinch runner over at first base for Chatham, takes a short lead. 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. Cotuit leads Chatham 6-0. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Miola offered at a ball upstairs. He's behind quickly, 0-2. Left on right battle. Miola 0 for 2 today. Struck out swinging in the first. Had a base hit taken away on a line drive to short. And he swings straight through the fastball. 1-2-3. Strikeout swinging. Cam Hill has been a Chatham killer so far. 3 innings of 1-hit baseball on Thursday. So far, he's through 2 innings with 5 strikeouts. Now he faces Chris Maldonado, left on right once more. First pitch, on the outside corner for strike one. We had mentioned, and we'll get back to the story about Cam Hill and summer ball. Last summer in the NECBL, New England Collegiate Baseball League, played with the Martha's Vineyard Sharks. Went 29-15, the NECBL champions last summer. 0-1 to Maldonado, swing and a miss, 0-2. Hill led the team with 5 wins, also with 4 saves, and with a .75 ERA, 41 strikeouts. He was named the Joe Nathan Top Relief Pitcher Award for the league. Nathan, a ninth all-time in MLB history with saves. 0-2, skied towards left field. In a couple steps is Banks, and he has it for out number 2. Maldonado retired for the second time tonight, both on flyouts to left field. And so far in 2023, Cam Hill's picked up right where he left off in an even better league in the Cape. Mostly doing it against Chatham.
And the thing with Hill is that he has that mix with the fastball and the off-speed pitch that we were talking with some of the players before the season, that pitchers can get away with pitches that were normally rocked during the college season due to the metal bats. Cam Hill working both sides of the plate, most likely getting away with some pitches that he wouldn't get away with at GT.
First pitch to Schubert on the inside corner at the numbers for strike one. Sam Antonacci was talking to us about that and said they tend to go inside because they like to break barrels in this league, and with a wood bat, not a lot of guys can get the hands through and barrel up the baseball on the inner half, whereas with a metal bat, you'll see a lot of guys be able to pull these pitches down the line for home runs. 0-1, swung on and missed, 0-2 to Schubert. It's a pitcher's league, and Cotuit has proved that. We mentioned it, a 2.25 staff ERA through 6 games, and on the trail to improve that tonight, holding Chatham scoreless to just 3 hits so far, 2 outs into the 6th inning. The 0-2 to Schubert. Just misses the outside corner with the breaking ball, 1-2. Schubert has one of those 3 hits. Came off the starter Isaiah Coupe. Ended his night back in the 4th. Only hit so far against Cam Hill came from J.J. Weatherholt to lead off this inning. Kyson Donahue stands in his place at first. Check swing on a fastball upstairs. Appeal down to second base, where third base umpire Tony Brunetti stands. No offering from Schubert. 2-2. Chatham trails Cotuit 6-0, bottom of the 6th. Runner at first is Donahue. 2 out. 2-2 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 3 looking. How about 6 strikeouts for Cam Hill through 2 2/3 of an inning of relief against Chatham? It is all Kettleers through 6. 9 outs to get for Cotuit, leading 6-0.
Chatham A's on the air.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam. Staring at the faces in a rearview mirror, looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison. One just might be president.
Top of the 7th from Veterans Field. Cotuit leads Chatham 6-0 with the Kettleers coming to bat. 8-9-1 due up against Gabe Davis, who comes on for his first full inning of work in a Chatham A uniform. Got out of the top of the 6th on one pitch with a 4-6-3 double play turned. Coming in relief of Carlos Ray, his first pitch to Teo Banks misses upstairs for ball 1. Andrew Selover with Joe Puccio here from Veterans Field. Chatham trying to stay perfect at home, rather stay unbeaten at home. Came into the night at 2-0-1, but needs to turn this around quickly. 1-0, swung on and missed by Banks. 1-1 the count. We didn't even have time to tell you at all about Gabe Davis when he came in relief of Carlos Ray because, as I said, he got that one pitch double play to escape the bases loaded 1-out jam. 1-1 to Banks. Misses low and inside for ball 2. Primarily a fastball slider guy out of the bullpen. An electric arm, according to Tom Holliday, with a major league slider, as Chatham's manager called it. 22 appearances this season in his freshman campaign with Oklahoma State. 2-1. Misses outside. Ball 3. Fastball sitting in the low to mid-90s. That one came in at 93 miles per hour. If you missed the top of the 6th, Gabe Davis stands at 6'9", 220 pounds. From the right side, the 3-1. Grounded sharply foul down the third base line towards the Chatham dugout. Marty Lee's out to grab it. Third base coach for the Anglers. 22 appearances this season with Oklahoma State for Davis. A 1-2 record across 25 innings pitched. A 7.92 ERA. Opponents hit .290 against him. The full count pitch. Fouled off behind home plate, out of play. Do it again.
Cam Brown's fastball right now at 95 miles an hour.
Teo Banks back in from the right side. Davis comes set at the chest. Another full count pitch. And he came in and missed and hit him. Skips all the way back to the backstop. Was going to be ball 4 anyways.
Did I say Cam Brown?
Yeah, not quite on that with.
I don't.
Thinking of Cam Hill maybe for Cotuit.
Yeah, and Cam Hill's not the pitcher. It's objectively Gabe Davis. Boy.
That kind of night for Chatham fans, too.
I guess so. Oh, boy. Game 7, folks. Hang in there.
Leadoff man aboard for Cotuit. Teo Banks stands over at first. Brings up Josh Pine. First pitch, upstairs, ball 1. Maybe a small reason that Gabe Davis made his way to join Oklahoma State while he played for a former Cowboy in high school. 1-0. Skied on the left side of the infield into foul territory from third base. Casarilla goes over, and he has it in foul territory by about 5 steps for out number 1. Josh Pine retired for the 4th time tonight. Only Kettleer yet to reach base safely. Flips over the lineup. Brock Rodden bats from the left side, switch hitter. 0 for 2 today, but he has walked and been hit by a pitch. So Gabe Davis played at Choctaw High School in Choctaw, Oklahoma for former OSU pitcher Shane Hawk in high school. Runner goes from first, the pitch upstairs, throw down to second for Save, not even close. Teo Banks swipes second easily. Very slow delivery with a runner on first base from Davis. Want to know the count to Brock Rodden. Davis tossed 2 no-hitters his senior year in high school. 1-0 from the righty. At the top of the zone for strike 1. And he wasn't just busy playing baseball either, Joe. Get this. A 5-sport high school athlete.
5?
5.
Whoa.
And I don't know if you have these written down, but let's see if you can guess them. 1-1 from the righty. Misses low and inside, 2-1. Again, Gabe Davis stands at 6'9", 220 pounds.
Baseball, basketball, football.
Correct.
Those are the easy three.
Those are the easy three.
And then, what Oklahomans like to do for fun?
2-1. Finds the inside corner, 2-2 to Rodden.
I mean, if you have a 6'9" guy playing tennis, good luck.
He wasn't playing tennis.
What were the last two?
You play one of these sports, Joe.
He's a golfer?
He played golf.
They make clubs that big?
Apparently.
I guess so.
And a wrestler as well.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I wouldn't want to face that guy.
2-2 from Davis. Bounces in front of home plate off the chest protector of Save. Guns down to third, not in time. One hops it to Casarilla. Teo Banks takes another free 90 feet off the wild pitch, and he's 90 feet away from making it a 7-0 game.
And I say I wouldn't wrestle a 6'9" human. I'm just barely under 5'11", so that would be, he has a clear foot advantage
He's got a
on
foot
me. And an extra
and
inch.
probably 100 pounds.
Yeah. That's putting it nicely, because you're such a nice friend.
It's a big guy out there on the mound. The payoff pitch. Fouled off to the backstop. Stays 3-2 on Brock Rodden. One down. Top of the 7th. Cotuit leads Chatham 6-0 with Teo Banks standing over at third base. Gabe Davis, one of a handful of Cowboys on the roster for Chatham this summer, as there always are. 3-2. Fouled off, back towards us,
Ooh.
And it just missed us over our heads and over the press box, Joe.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen one time this year.
That might have taken top of the list as closest so far this summer.
Probably like 3 feet over the protective netting.
Still 3-2. Big battle from Rodden and Davis. Another payoff. Swing and a miss. There's that slider. He whips it out below the zone, and Rodden goes fishing. First strikeout of the summer for Gabe Davis.
How about Brock Rodden's had a plate appearance in every inning besides the third? He had a plate appearance to end the 5th inning.
First pitch to Tanner Thatch. Bounces away from Save. Skips back towards the backstop, and easily coming in to score is Teo Banks. No, they'll rule that the ball hit the batter Tanner Thatch and send Banks back to third and send Thatch over to first. It one-hopped evidently off his leg, and that's why it skipped away from Save. So that brings runners at the corners now for Michael Carrico.
You have to imagine that Thatch would fake it and say, oh, I didn't get hit.
First pitch to Carrico on the way. Over the heart of the plate for strike one. There's been a plethora of free passes surrendered today by Chatham Angler pitchers. 6 walks and 4 hit by pitches. Gabe Davis trying to escape the 7th, 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. No hits in the 7th either. Chatham surrendered 2 runs on no hits in the 6th to Cotuit, trying not to repeat that here in the 7th. Runners at the corners off of 2 hit by pitches. 0-2 the count with 2 away to Michael Carrico. From the stretch, the runner runs from first. Davis offers. Check swing, it misses outside. And that is an easy 90 feet, about as easy as it comes for Tanner Thatch.
They're stolen bases, and then you should be arrested for stealing that base.
Gabe Davis steps off as Teo Banks bluffed a run towards home from third base. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gabe Davis strands 2 in scoring position. He pounds 94 on the gun past Carrico for his 2nd strikeout to end the frame. Chatham is trailing Cotuit 6-0 through the end of the top of the 7th. It's stretch time here at Veterans Field, so we send it over to our public address announcer, Peter Burns.
Samantha, William, Finn, Katie, Maya, Maeve, Allison, Andrew, Margaret, Miles, Alex, Blaine, Brooks, and Lee. All right, here we go. Are you ready? On 3. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. So it's root for the Anglers. And if you don't win, it's a shame. So it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Let's hear it for Catherine Conrad, Ben Mills, Marielle, Sid Harris, Robbie, Leela, Samantha, William, Finn, Katie, Maya, Maeve, Allison, Andrew, Margaret, Miles.
There is the 7th inning stretch. I hope you stretched out at home as well. Chatham trails Cotuit 6-0 halfway through 7 here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Andrew Selover with Joe Puccio to my left. On Father's Day, once again, happy Father's Day to all those at home celebrating, and we thank you for joining us on your special day. Another Chatham Bars in, call to the bullpen for Cotuit. This time ends the day for Cam Hill and brings in another left-handed pitcher, Rafe Schlesinger, sophomore out of Miami, stands at 6'3", 200 pounds. Another product of the Martha's Vineyard Sharks championship team from the NECBL a season ago. Debuted against Chatham on Thursday, went 3 innings pitched, and he as well only had 1 hit allowed. First pitch in there for strike 1 to Lyle Miller Green, who's his first batter to face here in the bottom of the 7th. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Anglers. 0-1. Just misses below the knees, 1-1.
The final line for Cam Hill, 2 2/3 innings, a hit, no runs, 6 strikeouts, no walks.
That's about as impressive as it gets. 1-1, get me over breaking ball, finds the zone 1 and 2. Chatham could go a couple weeks without facing Cam Hill, I think. That would be a nice treat. 1-2, sharply grounded to first, in and out of the glove of the first baseman Thatch. He flips onto the pitcher, not in time. Schlesinger couldn't quite beat Lyle Miller Green to the bag. And he's aboard to start the bottom of the 7th for Chatham.
Let's combine the numbers here for Cam Hill. 5 2/3 against the A's this season. 2 hits, no runs, 10 strikeouts, and no walks.
Whew. Impressive stuff for the lefty out of Georgia Tech. Rolled a hit for Lyle Miller Green. He stands at first with nobody out for Caden Kent. First pitch, swing and a miss, 0-1. 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors for the Kettleers, no runs on 4 hits, 1 error for Chatham. Schlesinger stands from the left side, pitches, swing and a miss, again from Kent, 0-2. Certainly a strategy from Cotuit to toss out some left-handed pitchers against Tom Holliday and the Anglers, and it's worked so far through nearly 2 games this season. 0-2 misses outside, 1-2 to Kent. Chatham lost to Cotuit 10-3 on Thursday, and the Anglers are 9 outs away from falling here at Veterans Field tonight, again to the Kettleers, trailing 6-0, bottom of 7. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Caden Kent down on strikes for the 2nd time tonight. He's the first out for Rafe Schlesinger out of the bullpen for Cotuit. Brings up Xavier Casarilla.
It's now the 11th A that's struck out today. The 11th time, I should say.
First pitch to Casarilla, chop back up the middle, off the glove of Schlesinger. His only play is at first, underhand toss over there to Thatch to retire Casarilla. Advances Lyle Miller-Green over to second. High hopper, so it probably would not have been quick enough to turn two, but Kettleers might have been able to force the out at second had that ball not hit off the glove of Schlesinger. 1-3 the put out of Casarilla brings up Logan Save in the 8-hole. Backstop today for Chatham. Stares at ball one, just misses inside. Sophomore year with Miami this year, 21 appearances and 21 innings pitched with a 3.86 ERA for the lefty. He skips a breaking ball in there for ball two. Black skies at Veterans Field, lights on in Chatham, Massachusetts. Anglers trail Kettleers 6-0, bottom of 7. 3-0 now the count to Logan Save. Another breaking ball missed below the zone. Save 0 for 2 with a forward K and a backward K today. 3-0. Upstairs sails to the backstop. Sprinting from second is Lyle Miller-Green. He takes third. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Chatham's catcher. They're at the corners for Tate Ballestero.
The right fielder from St. John's, number 5, Tate Ballestero.
Ballestero's 1 for 2 today with a single and a strikeout before he steps in from the right side, the switch hitter against the lefty Schlesinger. Cannon Peebles makes a short trot out to the pitcher's mound to talk things over ahead of the AB. First time today that Chatham has a runner standing 90 feet away. That's Lyle Miller-Green at third. Logan Save at first. Schlesinger ready. The first pitch to Ballestero on the outside corner for strike one. That call didn't quite please the Chatham Anglers down the third base line. 0-1 from Schlesinger. Grounded sharply through the left side into left field. RBI base knock for Tate Ballestero. Brings home Lyle Miller-Green for the first run tonight for Chatham. Save advances just a second on the hit. 6-1 Cotuit. Flip the lineup over to Kyson Donahue.
The second baseman from the University of Hawaii, number 10, Kyson Donahue.
2 for 3 nights so far for Tate Ballestero. He has 2 of the 4 hits for Chatham. He stands at first base, Save at second. Kyson Donahue in from the left side. He replaced J.J. Weatherholt as a pinch runner in the bottom of the 6th after Weatherholt led off the inning with an infield single, but was banged up, racing out the ball to first base. Home plate umpire Arturo Belmonte was confused talking to the Chatham dugout. Thought that Donahue was in the wrong spot, but then he realized it was the 1 hole up to the plate. So now we're ready, left-on-left matchup. First pitch. Up and in, and it clipped Donahue on the wrist. That loads the bases for Chatham. Anglers all of a sudden threatening in the bottom of the 7th. Aiden Miola comes to the plate. 1 run in off an RBI single from Tate Ballestero in a 6-1 game. But a base hit here could cut the 6-run lead down to 3. Chatham already putting a small dent. It's 6-1. Bases loaded, first pitch. Bounces in there. Good stop by Peebles. 1-0. And that draws a mound visit. Just the catcher, Cannon Peebles, out to the mound along with the manager for Cotuit. Miola goes down towards third base to talk things over with Marty Lees. Biggest spot for offense tonight for Chatham, Joe.
I think right now what Lander, or rather what Roberts is talking about with his pitcher Schlesinger on the mound is that you have to pitch to Aiden Miola, right? I mean, this is an opportunity where Cotuit is up 5. You have to let the players behind the pitcher make the plays as they've done so all day.
Chris Maldonado on deck would represent the tying run in a 6-1 game. Back-to-back right-on-right matchups possibly for Chatham against the lefty Schlesinger. First, Aiden Miola, Maldonado a righty as well. The 1-0 pitch misses below the zone, 2-0.
Here's your Tom Holliday say right there, time to hunt.
Miola, in his first outing as a Chatham Angler, gets the start at shortstop. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in a lineup. 2-0. Finds the inside corner with strike 1. Fastball at 91. Miola back in from the right side. Schlesinger comes set, looks to second and offers. Misses below the zone, and it actually clipped the foot of Miola. Appeal down to first on a check swing is safe. No swing. And now the question is, did it hit him? Arturo Belmonte doesn't think so, and he'll bring in both of his umpires, a part of this 3-man crew, to the right of the mound to discuss it. Miola was convinced. He immediately tossed the arm guard back towards the dugout and started walking down to first base. Now the question is, did it actually clip that leg or the foot of Miola on a back foot slider that was ball 3? So if not, it's a 3-1 count. If so, it's a hit by pitch for the second straight batter.
Yeah, there's just no way they can overturn that.
And the ruling is that it did not hit Miola. The only guy that probably would see it would be Arturo Belmonte, and he did not behind home plate. So no check swing, as you can overhear, but a ball and no hit by pitch.
Tom, I gave you my explanation. No, I'm just saying. That's it. Thank you.
So there you have it from Arturo Belmonte explaining what the discussion was. That's the kind of thing where if you're better to hear it than even see it, probably. Nonetheless, a 3-1 count. The pitch. Grounded right back through the middle. Stays on a line out towards center, and it's gloved by Green Jr. Miola laced that one on the barrel, but it stayed up in the air for just long enough for the center fielder, Rodney Green Jr., to come in and get it and erase the threat for Chatham in the bottom of the 7th. Anglers strike for 1, but that is it. Chatham trails it 6-1 with 6 outs to get for the Kettleers. Chatham leaves the bases loaded on the biggest offensive threat of the night for the Anglers. 6-1 Cotuit. As we head to the top of the 8th, you're listening to it on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. I spent 20 years trying to get out of this place. I was looking for something I couldn't replace. I was running away from the only thing I've ever known. Like a blind dog without a bone, I was a gypsy lost in the twilight zone. I hijacked the rainbow and crashed into a pot of gold. Been there, done that, I ain't looking back. The seeds I've sown, saving
Top of the 8th, Chatham trails Cotuit 6-1. And here for the final 2 innings of play-by-play is Joe Puccio.
Hey there, Andrew. It's 6-1 Cotuit here in the top of the 8th inning. Chatham searching for its 3rd win of the season to improve and get 7 points, but it needs the offense to get going in the bottom of the 8th and 9th. Before that, we have a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Liam Paddock, the left-handed pitcher from Spokane Falls Community College, toes the rubber for Chatham. In one relief outing this season, which was 4 days ago against the Yarmouth Dennis Red Sox, he came in relief, pitched 2 innings, gave up a hit with no runs and a strikeout. After the game, he said it was a real change of pace, obviously going from community college to playing Division I hitters. He said that he heard all these names of the schools, like North Carolina, some of the big-time D1 programs, and he loved it. He felt that it was awesome to play on the Cape for the first time, and he will be hearing a lot of those big-time schools when he pitches for Gonzaga next fall.
Final line for Gabe Davis. Goes 1 2/3 innings pitched. Doesn't give up a hit or a run. He hit 2 batters, didn't walk any, and struck out 2 as well.
So Tom Holliday goes from the 6'9" right-hander to the 6'4" left-hander from Hayden, Idaho. The first batter that Paddock faces is the left-handed Brett Bateman, the right fielder from Minnesota. He had a double in the 4th inning, and he reached on an error in the 6th. Paddock working from the stretch middle of the rubber. His first pitch. Popped up with a bunt in the air. Paddock goes back. He makes the basket catch for the first out. Well, do it yourself, Liam Paddock. As the Chatham A's say to put him at shortstop. The basket catch behind the pitcher's mound in between the rubber and second base. The first pitch that Paddock threw was a fastball right down the middle, popped up, went behind the pitcher's mound, and Paddock made the catch for the first out.
And usually a pop-up bunt is always a bad thing. That one nearly found the middle of the infield over Paddock's head for a base hit.
His first pitch to Jay Harry, another fastball that misses just low for ball 1. Yeah, Miola and Donahue came in. They were charging to field that popped-up bunt, and Paddock just sprinted back and caught it himself. The 1-0. A foul ball. It hit off of Jay Harry's bat. No, it did not. Well, yes, it did. Jay Harry acted like it didn't hit him. The home plate umpire, Arturo Belmonte, was not buying it. So it's a 1-1 count to the lefty. Here's the pitch. Curveball dances in the zone. That's strike 2. Jay Harry from Penn State walked in the first inning. Popped out to short in the 3rd, had a single in the 4th, and walked in the 6th. 1 for 2 today. The 1-2 pitch skips in the dirt. A curveball misses outside, and it's 2-2. If you glance out to the left center field scoreboard, it reads Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits. No errors defensively. Chatham with a run on 5 hits, 1 error. Chatham fans getting behind Paddock's 2-2 pitch. Fastball just misses off the outside corner. The count runs full. And some groans from the Angler supporters who see their team trail 6-1 in the top of the 8th inning. Infield, outfield straight away with the wind blowing to dead center field. Nobody on, 1 out. Paddock's payoff pitch misses inside for ball 4. Jay Harry was down 1-2 in the count, and he works all the way back to earn himself a walk. His 3rd base on balls today. Harry on first with 1 out. It brings up Rodney Green Jr., the center fielder from California. Grounded out to second in his first at-bat. Had a single in the 3rd, an RBI single. Strikeout and a walk. Swings at the first pitch, breaks his bat as he fouls it down the first base line. And he gingerly walks towards Cotuit's dugout. Hands in his broken black-dipped bat for a natural wood bat.
That's 2 on the night for Green Jr. He has the only 2 broken bats of the evening, and those things are relatively expensive.
It's about a $400 night for Rodney Green Jr. Bats are around $200 a pop. He's down 0-1 in the count and down $400 in his bank account. Here's the pitch. Curveball dances in the zone. That's strike 2.
Nasty pitch there. Green Jr. turned out of the way, thought it was coming inside, and it lands right down the middle of the plate.
Green Jr.'s got to hang in there. No balls and 2 strikes. He's at the back part of the left-handed batter's box. Paddock throws over to first. No tag from Maldonado. Green Jr. in his high maroon socks heads back into the lefty batter's box. Paddock comes set, deep breath, middle of the rubber. He fires home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Logan Save points towards Liam Paddock after the curveball. Got Rodney Green Jr. out in front for the second out.
Quick check-in on some College World Series scores while we have a moment, Joe.
Let's do it.
TCU eliminated Virginia 4-3 earlier. Chatham alum Matt Hogan and Oral Roberts trail 5-3 to Florida in the 8th inning right now, trying to rally in that winner's bracket game. I think most of the country is behind Oral Roberts right now.
Brings up Cannon Peebles with 2 gone. He takes a first pitch fastball high for ball 1. And while you're at it, can you get a quick check of the U.S. Open for me?
Yeah, let's do it for you.
Boy, you got to feel for Ricky Fowler, right?
Wyndham Clark is on 18 right now with a 1-shot lead over Rory McIlroy.
Oh, boy. The 1-0 fastball is in there for strike 1.
Scheffler finished at 7 under, Rory in the clubhouse at 9 under. Ricky playing 18 at 6 under, and Wyndham Clark playing 18 at 10 under at the moment.
So it's Wyndham Clark's tournament to win. The 1-1. Curveball misses low. It's 2 balls and a strike. I mean, wow. What a night of sports. Doubleheader, Yankees-Red Sox. Right now in front of us, runner on first and 2 gone. The 2-1 pitch is popped up right side of the infield. Donahue calls everyone off, and he makes the catch right around second base. Steps on the bag just for good measure to retire the side. Liam Paddock, in his first inning of relief, faces 1 batter over the minimum. He only walks Jay Harry, but he caught Brett Bateman's pop-up bunt, struck out Rodney Green swinging, and got Cannon Peebles to pop out to second base to retire the side. No runs on no hits, no errors defensively, and 1 man left on base. Bottom of the 8th up next, Cotuit 6, Chatham 1 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at Veterans Field. It's time for a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Cotuit with a 6-1 lead over Chatham. And manager Mike Roberts turns to the righty submarine pitcher Cam Schulke. 6 feet tall, 195 pounds, from the College of Central Florida. This is his 4th appearance of the summer. So far, he's pitched 4 2/3. He's given up 8 hits, 8 runs, 6 of them earned, 7 Ks and 3 walks. The first batter he faces, Chris Maldonado. A righty-on-righty matchup. Schulke's first pitch. Called strike. 0-1. So Schulke has a funky delivery. He comes set with his hands at the belt, and submarine throws home. Maldonado checks swings, and the first base umpire, Chris Scott, says he went around. So it's quickly 0-2 on Chatham's first baseman, who's 0 for 2 today with a walk in the first. Very Darren O'Day style.
It's a good pull out of you, Joe.
0-2. Heater misses high for ball 1. You know, it could help me for the Immaculate Grid game. If you don't know what the Immaculate Grid game is, you need to play it. If you're a baseball savant, you need to play this game. Schulke delivers 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Boy, pulled the string in the off-speed pitch. Maldonado set down on strikes for the first time today. So Immaculate Grid, it's just immaculategrid.com. And it's 3x3. So most of the time it's 2 teams and a stat. So it's Yankees Nationals, Yankees Giants, something along those lines. But me, Andrew, and our producer Jake Klein play the game pretty much every single day as Nolan Schubert stands in to the left-handed batter's box. And I'll tell you, I'm not as strong as the other two. The first pitch breaks into the zone for strike 1.
Jake Klein is the best of the three.
Like they made the Immaculate Grid game for Jake Klein. Nolan Schubert in the box. He's 1 for 3 today with a single in the 4th. Nobody on, 1 out. Pitch. Off speed, just misses inside. It's ball 1.
And you only get 9 guesses for the 9 spots. So if you miss one, then you're going 9 for 9. You could only go for 8 for 9. But Jake Klein's immaculate, meaning 9 for 9 for something along the lines of 20 straight days.
It's wild. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Well, the changeup's coming in at 69 miles an hour. Schulke pulling the string on Schubert. It's 1-2. Still 6-1 Cotuit here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Infield, outfield straight away. Schulke comes set for the 1-2. Heater just misses outside. Peebles popped right up, ready to throw that ball around the horn, but instead has to give it back to his submarine pitcher for a 2-2 count. Schulke the righty, Schubert the lefty. Blacked it bat over the left shoulder. Pitch misses outside. Schubert runs the count full. But I was just disappointed in my performance with the Immaculate Grid game today because the Yankees were one of the teams. Payoff pitch, popped foul over the third base dugout, out of play.
Which should mean 3
easy
guesses.
Easy ones. I got the Yankees ones easy.
Okay.
But
after
the rest,
that, there was some trouble.
I'm not the best at National League East. I'm not. I know you are as a Braves fan.
Yeah.
3-2 again. Strike 3 looking. Schubert watched the changeup on the outside part of the plate. He's fanned for the 3rd time today. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th.
I had to pull out Dan Ugla's name on the Immaculate Grid today.
We don't want to give any spoilers, but
Dan Ugla fits in the grid today.
That hurts.
And Joe evidently did not think of Dan Ugla.
Oh, that hurts. The legendary home run call for the Florida Marlins. His name is Dan Ugla. I'm ashamed of myself. Pinch hitter for Lyle Miller Green. Mark Schallenberger stands into the left-handed batter's box. Nobody on, 2 gone. Pitch. Fastball missed high right above the letters, 1-0. Schallenberger, an outfielder from Evansville, in his last game against Wareham 2 days ago. 1 for 1 with a 2-run home run in the 4th. He takes a look at a changeup outside, and the count goes to 2-0. I'm ashamed about the Ugla. That one hurts. That's like salt in a wound. Could have gotten that one. Man. 2-0. Misses outside, and the count runs to 3-0. Schallenberger has walked 3 times this season in 6 games. He's 1 ball away from getting back to that base on balls. 3-0, fastball right down the middle at 81 miles an hour, and it's 3-1.
What'd you go today, Joe? What was your score out of 9?
4, 5?
Okay.
Not good. 3-1. Change up in there for strike 2.
I think I had 7 or 8, I think, today. I definitely know I guessed that Marcus Stroman had a 21 season, which he did not, and that cost me.
That's tough. I guess Nolan Ryan. 3-2 is knuckled away. Bounces over towards Tom Holliday along the 3rd baseline. So the count stays at 3-2.
And that was incorrect,
That was incorrect.
Yeah.
But that was for
21 season, because he
didn't Cy Young. It was 20-win season in Cy Young.
Yeah, because he didn't win 20.
Yeah,
I put Clayton Kershaw, I think, for that one.
Also a deep cut right there. Payoff pitch once again. Ground ball to the left side, stays fair for the third baseman Pine. Throws over to first, and Schallenberger beats it out for an infield single. A slow chopper down that third base line. It took about 3 hops in the third baseline. That goes from third base to home. The third baseman, Josh Pine, ran in, fielded it, and right when he threw it over, Schallenberger was a stride away from being safe. So Schallenberger legs out an infield single. It keeps the bottom of the 8th alive with a runner on first and 2 gone. Still 6-1 Cotuit. Caden Kent digs into the left-handed batter's box. 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts and a walk in the second. Pitch. Called strike on the outside corner at 71 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
So did you just get one wrong guess and then get that spot, or you didn't get one right?
I didn't get that one. Yeah, I gave up. I gave up. Throw over to first. Schallenberger slides back in safely. Because here's the thing. I think that the Immaculate Grid game would be much better if you could just guess the entire day. And I'd love to fill out that grid. Schulke's 0-1. Cut on and missed. The ball gets away from Peebles. Schallenberger takes second. And the first baseman, Thatch, picks it up in foul ground. It was a swing and a miss. The count goes to 0-2. And Schallenberger moves to second base. It would just be better if I could play.
And then your
the game
score's
all day,
determined by how many guesses it took.
Right.
So if your score's 9, you're still immaculate.
0-2. Just misses outside. Boy, Cotuit started running in as that changeup missed inches off the outside corner. And the count goes to 1-2 on Kent.
That would make it a more friendly game for the non-Jake Kleins who aren't baseball aficionados.
Right. Like, I'd like to say I'm knowledgeable as the 1-2 comes in and Kent grounds it fouled on the first baseline. I'd like to say that I'm knowledgeable about baseball. I mean, heck, I call baseball games over the summer. When you're asking me, who played for the Marlins and the Nationals, off the top of my head, I'm a Yankee fan, man. I'm not on Baseball Reference all the time. Schulke comes set, first base side of the rubber, glances toward second, and submarines home. Kent fouls it down the third baseline into the parking lot for the Red Nun Bar and Grill and Veterans Field. And the count's still 1-2 on Caden Kent. The Chatham A's have been set down on strikes 12 times today. Right now, Kent has a runner on second with 2 outs, a ball and 2 strikes in the bottom of the 8th, and Chatham trails 6-1. Here's the pitch. Tipped back to the padding, foul. There's padding behind home plate. The backstop goes from the end of the first base dugout to the start of the third base dugout. It's solely bricks, but directly behind home plate is green padding that runs along, and that's what you just heard. Caden Kent fouled it back there. 1-2 once more. Line drive up the middle. It's a base hit between Schulke's legs. Schallenberger gets the round around third. Throw comes into home. It's late. Schallenberger's safe. An RBI single for Caden Kent puts a dent into Cotuit's lead. 6-2 Kettleers, bottom 8.
That ball was missiled right up the middle.
Rocket right back up the middle. Schulke had to dance out of the way as the ball went between his legs, scampered into center field. Rodney Green Jr. came up throwing. It was a bang-bang play at the plate. Schallenberger slid in safely. Another pinch hitter. Sam Antonacci comes in for Xavier Casarilla. Antonacci, a middle infielder, primarily playing shortstop for Chatham. Swings from the left side. Runner on first, 2 gone. He takes the first pitch outside. A fastball, 1-0. Sam Antonacci, as Tom Holliday would say, is one of the best JUCO hitters in the country last year. He hit .515 with Heartland Community College. Yeah, that's right. .515. And that was coming off of a .471 freshman campaign. Mike Roberts calls time, and he waltzes out to the pitcher's mound. Gives us a good time to look through the box score for today's game. Cotuit with 2 runs in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 2 in the sixth. Good enough for 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors defensively. Chatham was held scoreless through the first 6 innings. Put up 1 run in the 7th, 1 run in the 8th. 2 runs on 7 hits and 1 error defensively for the Anglers.
This could be a whole lot more interesting of a game, too, if Chatham cashed in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, that's
Even
right.
if Miola, the 2-1 pitch was called not just a ball, but that it hit him, there'd at least be 1 more run in this game. And his line drive to center field, if that got down, this could be a 2-run game right now.
So Schulke stays in the game as the mound visit ends with a 1-0 count to Sam Antonacci. The pitch misses outside. It's ball 2. A right-hander is warming up in Cotuit's bullpen, just in case this game gets away from the Kettleers. Another pinch hitter is on deck, Jansen Reeder. The 2-0 pitch, a heater right down the middle. That's strike 1. Reeder would hit for Logan Save if Reeder were to come up, or if his spot were to come up in this half inning. Right now, a runner on first, 2 outs. 6-2 Cotuit, bottom 8. Schulke submarines home and misses outside for ball 3. A 2-pitch mix for Schulke so far this half inning. A fastball that sits in the low 80s and a changeup that sits in the high 60s. And as you've heard ad nauseum at this point, he throws underhand. The 3-1. Breaks into the zone. Strike 2. A little bit of movement on that fastball at 81. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on first, 2 gone. Expect Kent, the runner on first, to be in motion. He gets 4 strides off of first base. Thatch is not holding him. Schulke comes set. First base side of the rubber. Goes home. Antonacci pops it up along the first baseline. Peebles sprints after it, and the ball bounces on top of Cotuit's dugout. Foul ball. Kent will have to go back to first. And Sam Antonacci gives Cannon Peebles his catcher's mask back. Peebles has the old-style catcher's mask. It's a backwards NC State Wolfpack batting helmet with a red mask that goes on in front. He and Arturo Belmonte, the home plate umpire, are matching tonight. Without the NC State apparel, obviously, for Belmonte. That would be interesting. Count stays at 3-2. Kent gets his lead off of first. 2 gone. The pitch. Antonacci watches it for ball 4. Fastball missed outside. And the inning stays alive once more. So after Schulke retired the first 2 batters, swinging and looking with strikeouts, he's given up a single to Mark Schallenberger, a single to Caden Kent, and has walked Sam Antonacci. And that's going to do it for Schulke's outing out of the bullpen. A Chatham bars in a call to the bullpen coming up after this quick break. A right-handed pitcher coming in for the Cotuit Kettleers. We'll give you everything you need to know about Cotuit's 5th pitcher of the ballgame. It's worked out so far. The Kettleers lead 6-2, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. I got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime. Played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far. Oh, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last for
We're back on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. It's time for a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. The fifth pitcher of the day for the Cotuit Kettleers is Terry Bussey. Right-handed pitcher from Georgia Tech. He just finished up his sophomore campaign with the Yellow Jackets, also known as the homeland of Andrew Selover. Terry Bussey is pitching in his third game with the Kettleers this summer. He's given up no runs with 4 strikeouts and 4 walks in 3 2/3 innings. In his first appearance of the season against Wareham, he pitched 3 no-hit innings with 3 strikeouts. He has a sharp frisbee-like slider that will run inside the left-handed hitters. And speaking of left-handed hitters, the pinch hitter, Jansen Reeder, takes a first pitch slider in the dirt for ball 1. The final line for Cam Schulke, not the final line yet because he's responsible for 2 runners on base. But Schulke pitched 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 2 hits. Currently responsible for 1 earned run. Has the potential to be 3 with 2 strikeouts and a walk. 1-0. Heater at 90 misses inside. It's 2-0 to Chatham's pinch hitter, Jansen Reeder. Reeder's primarily an outfielder for Chatham. He's played center field for Tom Holliday from Kansas. KU, Kansas University. 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses inside. It's ball 3. Jansen Reeder in his first game of the season, which was the opener against Brewster, was 2 for 6 with a 2-run homer in the 4th. He had a 4-game hitless streak before going 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly in the win against Wareham 2 days ago. He's got runners on first and second with 2 gone. Chatham trails 6-2, bottom of the 8th. 3-0. Get me over fastball, a called strike. And it's 3-1. Terry Bussey was tied for 4th in the ACC this past year. 9 saves with the Yellow Jackets. Made 22 appearances. 3-1 is popped foul just to the left of the press box. And the count runs full, 3-2. Kent on second, Antonacci at first. 2 outs. Expect the runners to be in motion. Infield, outfield straight away. It's Cotuit 6, Chatham 2, bottom of the 8th. Righty on lefty matchup. A black dipped bat over Reeder's left shoulder. The payoff pitch. Line back to the screen, foul. The Chatham supporters getting behind Jansen Reeder, knowing that this might be the best chance the A's have for the rest of the day. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners on first and second, 2 gone. Bussey gets the sign and steps off the mound. Throws over to second. He took 2 skips over to second base, and the A's dugout is saying, "What are you doing?" Bussey gets the ball back from his shortstop. Comes set, third base side of the rubber, and goes home. Foul ball. Reeder lined that one out of play along the third base line. And we'll do the 3-2 all over again. This is the second foul ball in this at-bat. On to 8 pitches in this AB between Bussey and Reeder. 3-2. Just misses for ball 4. A stern take from Jansen Reeder. He watched that ball go into Peebles' glove. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball that missed just inches off the top left corner. The bases are juiced for Tate Ballestero. Ballestero hit an RBI single in the bottom of the 7th inning. That was the first run of the game, and right before Ballestero gets in the box, Mike Roberts is out again. And you can hear some groans from Chatham's third base dugout. I think Roberts has walked a collective, he's probably walked a marathon after this point, walking from the dugout to the pitcher's mound. And it seems like we're having another Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Yes, we are. Well, if you're a fan of Terry Bussey, I'm sorry. He only lasted 1 batter, and he walked him. Quick hook. That's tough. I mean, Major League Baseball has the 3-batter rule. Mike Roberts says, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of the Cape League. that doesn't have the 3-batter minimum. So Bussey heads off the mound, and we have another Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Mike Roberts' phone bill off the charts in this half inning. We'll tell you everything you need to know about Cotuit's next relief pitcher coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday, yeah, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Someday, put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday,
Well, we've taken 2 steps aside, and it's still the bottom of the 8th inning. Cotuit 6, Chatham 2. The A's have the bases loaded with 2 outs. Mike Roberts playing a chess match brings out his 5th pitcher of the game in this Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. 6'2" right-hander from Rock Hill, South Carolina. He plays his school ball in South Carolina at Clemson. His name is Rob Hughes. In 2023 with Clemson, he made 12 appearances, had a 1.56 ERA, playing with former Chatham A's Caden Grice and Cooper Ingle. Rob Hughes had 21 Ks and 3 walks in 17 1/3 innings. He missed almost a month of baseball from March 19th to April 14th. And this isn't his first summer playing Cape League baseball, folks. In 2021, he played with Wareham. 3 games, no runs, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts and no walks, and had 2 multi-inning outings. The first batter he faces is the 9-hole hitter, Tate Ballestero. The St. John's right fielder is 2 for 3 today, and he represents the tying run. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Hughes comes set, middle of the rubber. His first pitch misses low. Ball 1. Ballestero immediately fans over to Chatham's dugout. His palms pointed directly towards home plate. He's up 1-0 in the count, the left-handed hitter. An RBI single his last time up. Bat on his left shoulder. The pitch is a heater called strike. It's 1-1. Hughes, when he comes set, his left arm is parallel with the ground. He chicken wings it, fidgets with the ball in his right hand that is perpendicular to his arm. Takes his time and deals 1-1. Skips in the dirt at 87 miles an hour. It's 2-1. Hughes is using up the entirety of the 22nd pitch clock. It's ticking from 17 seconds right now. He sets up on the first base side of the rubber, glances in towards Peebles. Kent at third, Antonacci at second, Reeder at first. 6-2 Cotuit, bottom 8, 2 outs. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Tipped foul. So the count is even at 2-2.
Probably chase ball 3 there, down below the zone.
He's got to hang in here now. With the bases loaded and 2 outs, Ballestero's found outfield grass twice today. Can he find it for a 3rd time and cut into Cotuit's lead? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hughes comes set, stares in. He lifts his leg and fires. Popped up behind home plate. It drifts out of play. Foul ball. 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part of the plate. Ballestero choked up and stayed alive. He's in the left-handed batter's box. His left foot is on the back chalk. Waves a natural grain barrel with a black handle behind his head. Hughes, 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Way out in front of the changeup. Tate Ballestero strikes out swinging as the tying run with the bases loaded. Chatham scores a run on 2 hits, no errors, and as you well know, left 3 runners on base. Top of the 9th coming up next. It's Cotuit 6, Chatham 2 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love comes tumbling down. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour when there's no one else around. I'm gonna take you, girl, and hold you and do all the things I told you in the midnight hour. Yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. One more thing I just want to say right here. I'm gonna wait till the stars come out and see that twinkle in your eyes. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love begins to shine. You're the only girl I know that really loves me so in the midnight hour. Oh, yeah, in the midnight hour.
1 inning of regulation baseball left. Top of the 9th inning, Cotuit 6, Chatham 2. A plethora of defensive substitutions, but I think it's just easier to redo our short and sweet defensive alignment. Let's go from left to right. Nolan Schubert, Mark Schallenberger enters the game at center field. Jansen Reeder in right field. From third to first, Kyson Donahue, Aiden Miola, Sam Antonacci, and Chris Maldonado. Behind the plate is Tate Ballestero. Liam Paddock on the mound. So Donahue moves to third base, Antonacci into second, Ballestero from right to behind the plate. Liam Paddock on the mound. First batter is Banks, and he fouls it back to the screen, 0-1. Teo Banks had a double in the second inning, struck out swinging in the third, struck out swinging in the fifth, and walked back in the seventh. And we hope you followed along with all those defensive substitutions. I don't think I could read those over again. 0-1. This is outside, and it's 1-1. So Schallenberger came in as a pinch hitter for Lyle Miller Green. Just replaces his spot at center field. Antonacci came in for Xavier Casarilla, who was the third baseman. He switches spots with Kyson Donahue. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Chase the fastball outside. Banks is down 1-2. And so Jansen Reeder, pinch hit for Logan Save. He moved to right field, which moved Tate Ballestero from right field to catcher. Ballestero, a utility man by trade. Paddock's 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Banks went chasing for the fastball high and outside at 91 miles an hour. That's the second strikeout for Liam Paddock in relief. He's in relief for Gabe Davis. Chatham starter Parker Smith pitched 3 2/3, gave up 8 hits with 4 runs. Carlos Ray came in after that, an inning and 2/3 with a hit, 2 runs. Gabe Davis, an inning and 2/3, no hits, no runs. The first pitch to Pine. Pumps the glove for strike 1. Just caught the outside corner at the knees. Pine 0 for 4 today. 2 strikeouts, 2 pop-outs. The pitch. Curveball that misses low. It grazed right over Pine's shoe tops. And it's 1-1. Infield, outfield straight away. The wind that was once blowing out towards center field has come to a dead stop. The 1-1. Fastball misses high and outside, and the count goes to 2-1. So we've officially passed the 3-hour mark here at 10:21 p.m. First pitch was at 7:10. This is the third Chatham game to go over the 3-hour mark. The rest of the league combined has 4. Paddock's 2-1, misses outside, and the count goes to 3-1. But Andrew, Chatham's back home tomorrow.
We got the only pitch clock effective in the league at Anglers Field.
The only physical clock in the Cape Cod League right here at Veterans Field. 3-1. Fastball misses high and outside for ball 4.
That's what matters, right, Joe?
It must be a curse, right? Like, Chatham's the only team to have the actual clock.
Hey, the people in the stands aren't looking at their watches, and so they probably think this game's humming right along because we got a pitch clock that they're staring at.
Right? You know, it's all about the mental game, Andrew. You're right about that. The order flips for Brock Rodden.
Those people probably think they just got here.
This is the 8th plate appearance of the day for Brock Rodden. The first pitch misses high for ball 1.
All right, now those people probably don't think they just
Exactly, yeah. Ready for this? He had a walk in the first, grounded out to second in the second. Did not come up in the third. Grounded out to second in the fourth as the 1-0 pitch comes hurling by. A curveball that gets in the zone for strike 1. He had a plate appearance in the 5th inning. He was at the plate when Cannon Peebles was caught stealing for the 3rd out. He was the first batter in the 6th inning, was hit by a pitch, struck out swinging in the 7th. Didn't come up in the 8th inning, so he's coming up here in the 9th inning. 1-1. Curveball breaks in the zone once again on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Brock Rodden has gotten his fair share of swings today from both sides of the plate. He's faced every pitcher that Chatham's brought out. 2 righties, 2 lefties as a switch hitter. He's from the right side here, down 1-2 in the count. Pitch. Heater misses high and outside, 88. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Want to give us a College World Series update here, Andrew?
Yeah, we're checking in here. It's 5-4 Florida, bottom of the 9th, and Oral Roberts has them at the corners with 2 outs. Tying run 90 feet away.
2-2 pitch. Skips in the dirt. Ballestero blocks it. Runner goes to second. Guns to second. Not in time. Pine advances on a wild pitch. Do we have an update in the Florida game here, Andrew?
Oral Roberts just flew out to left center to end the game. Despite out hitting the Gators 11-5, Florida wins 5-4.
Former Chatham A, Matt Hogan, 21-22 on the Oral Roberts team.
Still alive, though.
3-2 pitch, and Paddock fell off the mound. Well, he started to advance towards home, and his back left foot slipped, and Paddock just fell off of his right side of the mound. A buck moves Josh Pine to third base. Runners on, just a runner on third with 1 out. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Brock Rodden. The infield comes in. All the infielders are in the baseline. Paddock comes set, middle of the rubber. Glances towards home and goes home. Curveball, strike 3 looking. Brock Rodden started walking down the first baseline, but now he has to walk back to Cotuit's dugout. 2 gone here in the top of the 9th. But on Florida's side, Derek Fabian, an incoming Chatham A, slated to be the shortstop according to Tom Holliday, picks up a big win in Omaha. Gators now 2-0, right?
That's right.
Here comes Tanner Thatch, left-handed hitter. Takes a first pitch curveball outside for ball 1.
Winner's bracket facing the winner of Oral Roberts and TCU, rather.
Yes.
Virginia eliminated by the Horned Frogs today.
Paddock, deep breath, 1-0. Fastball misses inside. Thatch had to move his hips out of the way. It's 2-0. Thatch popped out to short, singled twice, walked, and got hit by a pitch. This is his 6th plate appearance of the day. Paddock with his hands at the royal blue belt, kicks and fires. Fastball that's hit in the air to left field. Schubert over to his right, hugging the left field line. He makes the one-handed catch to retire the side. Well, a little bit of a scare with Josh Pine getting on with a walk. Made it all the way to third base thanks to a wild pitch and a balk. But he is left stranded at third base to end the inning. Cotuit gets no runs on no hits, no errors, and just 1 man left on base. Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits. If the Kettleers can get 3 outs, Cotuit will improve to 6-1 on the season. But Chatham has last bats here in the bottom of the 9th inning, so don't go anywhere. It's Chatham A's baseball on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on GRC.
Bottom of the 9th inning. Chatham trails 6-2 with its last bats in this frame. Due up for the A's, 1-2-3. Kyson Donahue, Aiden Miola, and Chris Maldonado against the right-handed Rob Hughes. Hughes came into the game in relief of Terry Bussey. He only faced one batter, and he struck out Tate Ballesteros swinging with the bases loaded, and Ballesteros was the tying run at the dish. Chatham needs to score 4 runs if it wants to play extra baseball. First batter in this half inning, Kyson Donahue in the left-handed batter's box. Hughes comes set, hands at the chest, looks towards home, and fires. Fastball at 92, misses high and outside for ball 1. Hughes uses up a majority of the pitch clock. It's 20 seconds right when Hughes catches the ball. And that time he delivered it with 5 seconds left on the clock. But in the Ballesteros at bat, he released the ball with 2 seconds left. He comes set with 10, lifts his leg at 8, and goes home. Off-speed called strike. High outside corner. Just clipped the zone, according to the home plate umpire, Arturo Belmonte. And it's 1-1 to Donahue. The Hawaii second baseman came in as a pinch runner in the 6th for the injured J.J. Weatherholt. Was hit by a pitch in the 7th inning. 1-1. Misses low. It's ball 2. Creeping up towards 10:30 here on the East Coast. We thank you for spending your Father's Day with us on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Once again, we want to wish a happy Father's Day to all of the A's dads out there. We know that your sacrifice has led to a lot of these players here on the field. 2-1. Fastball misses outside, ball 3. Not just in the field, but in the broadcast booth as well. I'll tell you that, Andrew.
That's right. Shout out to both of our dads as well, who I believe my dad's tuning in at home.
Yeah.
Just got back from a trip to Montana to visit my sister, hiking in Glacier National Park yesterday for Father's Day weekend.
That's wonderful. Hughes comes set, delivers 3-1. Swing and a miss. Donahue late on the fastball. It's 3-2. I mentioned this earlier in the game, but that felt like it was 5 hours ago. My dad, Rich, was here in Chatham yesterday and here this morning. A rain out against Harwich yesterday, obviously a bummer because I couldn't talk to all of you on the Cape Cod Baseball Network, but it allowed me to spend Father's Day night with my dad, which was awesome. 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Donahue was down in the count and ends up striking out swinging. That's the first out of the inning. So my dad, my sister, and her boyfriend were here yesterday. We went to our friends over at the Chatham Squire. And then turned around this morning, went out to breakfast on Main Street. We checked out the beach. Second straight Father's Day summer with my dad here in Cape Cod. And
good stuff.
Definitely a smile on the face. First pitch to Aiden Miola. Fastball misses high for ball 1. He listens to every game. listening to this one as well. He's on his way to Albany, New York right now for a golf tournament. Speaking of the golf tournament, Wyndham Clark, your 2023 U.S. Open champion, just a few hours ago. Hughes to Miola. Cranked out to shallow left center field. Green Jr. hustles in, and he makes the catch. Cotuit center fielder. Chatham's down to its final out. So with no one on and 2 outs, in stands Chris Maldonado. 0 for 3 today with a walk in the first inning. Cotuit's up 6-2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Maldonado, a right-handed hitter. A black-dipped bat over his right shoulder. He waves it. Hughes fiddles with his baseball to find the grip and throws home. Called strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits. Chatham with 2 runs on 7 hits. Infield, outfield straight away with the wind swirling in the outfield. Hughes comes set, lifts his leg, 0-1. Popped up, foul ball over Cotuit's first base dugout, and the A's are down to their final strike today. No balls, 2 strikes to Maldonado. Nobody on, 2 outs. Cotuit with a 4-run advantage, up 6-2. A righty-on-righty matchup. Hughes stares in for the sign as Kettleers fans start the slow clap along the first base line. Hughes goes home. Line drive foul. Boy. Marty Lee's the third base coach. Good thing he's wearing a helmet. He tucked out of the way of that one. And he stands right outside the coach's box. Let's do 0-2 all over again. Righty-on-righty matchup. Maldonado in the back of the right-handed batter's box. Hughes is 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the ball game. Chatham strikes out 16 times in 1 game and loses 6-2 to Cotuit here at Veterans Field. Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits. Chatham 2 runs on 7 hits and an error. The A's fall to 2-4-1 on the season. Cotuit improves to 6-1, a league best 12 points. Well, folks, we have more coverage here on the Anglers Extra postgame show. We'll have totals, winning and losing pitchers, a postgame interview with Andrew Selover, and of course, the Chatham Athletic Association postgame highlights. Don't go anywhere. Cotuit takes down Chatham 6-2 on Father's Day in 2023. The Anglers Extra postgame show coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC. When the lights go down in the city.
Joe Puccio here on the Anglers Extra postgame show. Cotuit 6, Chatham 2, your final score. Let's just get right down to business. Andrew Selover down on the field with Gabe Davis from Oklahoma State. Andrew, take it away on our postgame interview.
Hey, thank you so much, Joe. Down here on the field with Gabe Davis. And Gabe, you come into the game in a bases-loaded jam with just one out, and you roll a double play on the first pitch you throw as a Chatham Angler. What's the mindset when you come in and you know you either need a strikeout or a double play to get out of that jam with no runs?
Honestly, I'm just going out there just trying to throw strikes, just trying to hit my spot. I'm just new to the team, new to this Cape League. So I'm just trying to get, as many innings under my belt as possible and just trying to go out there with some confidence and get the job done. You
mentioned new to the Cape League. What's been the biggest thing to adjust to up here on Cape Cod?
Honestly, just the baseball. It's really good, but we see that in the Big 12 conference. Like we got a lot of guys, a lot of dudes that can play ball, and here it's the best of the best. So it's just like you got to go out there with your stuff and make sure it's on.
Freshman year at Oklahoma State, what was your favorite part of playing with the Cowboys this season?
Honestly, just being with the dudes, traveling. Traveling was fun. I just felt we played better as a team when we were all together. But it was just getting out there. I think the Big 12 tournament was probably the peak of my baseball experience at OSU. I just felt like we played really good baseball in that tournament and gave our team a chance to go and try to win a championship, Big 12 championship. But it was a good year, and it was filled with a lot of memories, a lot of guys that are going to be leaving, and that I'm glad I got to meet.
We talked about just before this interview that this was your first time throwing in live action in a couple weeks. What do you think worked best for you out there? What felt good?
Honestly, just working my fastball corner to corner, depending on if it was a righty or lefty. I'm just trying to focus on being able to get my fastball down and away to a lot of my hitters. That's what I've been practicing on when I was at OSU, and what my pitching coach has been just harping on me is just the little things, just trying to get command and just throw the ball with intent.
Gabe, it's no secret that you're 6'9". Where do you get your height from?
I get it from my dad. My dad is 6'6", and I guess I just got really blessed by God and with the genetics and the height that I was given. So.
It's Father's Day, obviously. Is there something you'd like to say to your dad, and what has he meant to you in your baseball career?
My dad didn't play baseball. He was a firefighter. So, he raised me in trying to be good in sports, I guess, or just raised me in sports. He played sports growing up, but just never made it to the college level, and I'm just blessed to be gifted with the abilities that I have, and so I'm just trying to hone these gifts that I've been given and just trying to learn my body and get experience on the mound.
Gabe, thanks so much for the time. Congrats on a great first outing, scoreless with Chatham in your first time out.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Joe, back to you for the rest of the Anglers Extra postgame show.
That's Gabe Davis on the sidelines, an inning in 2/3 pitched for Gabe Davis. And if you were watching the game on TRZ Team Line today, if you noticed that Gabe drew a cross behind the rubber before his outing, it's for his father. His father passed away due to COVID-19 prior to his senior year of high school. And Father's Day means so much to a lot of us. And you could tell at Gabe Davis postgame, this day means a lot to him. Cotuit 6, Chatham 2. The A's fall to 2-4-1 on the season. And let's get into the postgame highlights. In the top of the first inning, Chatham starting pitcher Parker Smith faced 6 batters. He walked Brock Rodden, had a pop out for Tanner Thatch, a fly out for Carrico, a single in the 4th, and he walked Jay Harry. So with the bases loaded in the top of the first inning, Rodney Green Jr. stepped up to the plate. Green Jr. has a team-high 10 strikeouts. Can Parker Smith set him down for the 11th time this season? He has his hands in his chest and fires. Hard ground ball to Weatherhold at second base. Scoops it into his chest, throws over to first in time, and Smith gets out of the jam. A 4-3 ground out leaves 3 runners on base, and Parker Smith holds the Cotuit Kettleers scoreless in the top of the first inning. So it's a big jam to get out of for Parker Smith. Only 1 hit, 3 runners on base, no runs in the top of the first inning. We advance to the top of the 3rd inning after the A's had 4 batters come up in the first inning and 3 in the 2nd inning. Top of the 3rd inning, Tanner Thatch, the first one up. He gets on with a single. Michael Carrico gets hit by a pitch. Brett Bateman reaches with a fielder's choice, and Jay Harry popped out to the shortstop. So Rodney Green Jr. back up to the plate. This is a vengeance moment in this game. He had bases loaded to end the top of the 1st inning, and he wouldn't make a mistake in the top of the 3rd. The runner on second base, Carrico. Runner on first base, Bateman. 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning. Cotuit nothing, Chatham nothing. Cotuit with no runs on 3 hits. The A's, no runs, no hits. Smith fires home. His 0-1 is grounded towards J.J. Weatherholt. Backhand stops it. No, goes into center field. Carrico rounds 3rd. He comes in to score. Cotuit cracks the scoreboard first. So it seemed like a routine ground ball to J.J. Weatherholt. He had to backhand it right behind second base, and it trickles into the outfield for the first run of the game. Well, it wouldn't be the only run of the game as Cannon Peebles came up to the plate next up. Smith gets the sign, sets up on the first base side of the rubber, and delivers home. Hard ground ball into right field. It's a base hit. Bateman comes home to score. Consecutive RBI singles for the Kettleers, this time from Cannon Peebles. And it's 2-0 Cotuit in the top of the 3rd. And it would stay 2-0 Cotuit after the top of the 3rd inning. And we advance to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Logan Save struck out looking, first out. Tate Ballestero had a single. In a fielder's choice, he'd be thrown out at second base. And it brought up Aiden Miola with J.J. Weatherholt on first base. A little shortstop to shortstop action. As I mentioned earlier, Aiden Miola had 2 concussions this past scholastic year, as he rips a 3-1 pitch to a diving catch by Rodden at short. Brock Rodden not only robs a base hit, but he robs Chatham from scoring its first run of the game. And that ends the bottom of the 3rd inning. It would stay 2-0 Cotuit through 3 full, and let's continue on into the top of the 4th inning. First batter in that inning, Josh Pine popped out to short. Brock Rodden grounded out to second base. Thatch and Carrico both got on base for Brett Bateman, and Bateman really opened up this ball game.
On base more than he's not at 525. 5 RBIs. Would love one here. The 1-2. Lifted out towards right center field. That one dropping quickly, and it reaches into right center field past the dive of Miller Green. Around to score Thatch. Carrico gets the wave. The throw home is not in time. Sliding in safely is Michael Carrico. A 2 RBI double off the bat of Brett Bateman. Doubles the lead 4-2 to Cotuit in the top of the 4th.
So Cotuit led 4-0 going into the top of the 5th inning. Just Chatham's dugout didn't have much life to it after that frame, especially after that hit. That's because Carlos Ray would come into the game afterwards, and it came into the top of the 6th inning, which started to unravel for the A's. In the top of the 6th inning, the first batter that came up was Brock Rodden against Carlos Ray. Ray hit him with a pitch. Second batter in that inning was Tanner Thatch, got on with a walk. Michael Carrico grounded into a fielder's choice to bring up Brett Bateman once again, and even though Ray didn't have his stuff tonight, he needed a little bit of help from his defense.
Kettleers pacing the CCBL at 5-1, trying to make it 6-1 through 7 to start the year. Pitch misses well inside. Out of the way of it is the lefty Bateman. Nearly another hit by pitch for Carlos Ray here in the 6th. Bateman has reached all 3 times tonight. A single back in the 1st, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, came around to score, and had an RBI double in the 4th. 2-0, lifted out towards shallow left center field. Running in is the left fielder Schubert, and he grabs it. No, he dropped it. Out from short is Casarilla. He misses the throw. It skips back to the catcher Save. And now the question is, was it caught and then dropped? And the official ruling is no, it was dropped by Schubert on a routine fly out to left. Everybody is safe, and the bases are loaded for Cotuit.
Schubert's walking back to his post on left field. Yeah, Nolan Schubert dropped the ball in left field. His throw went over the head of all the infielders. The good news for Chatham fans that it didn't result in any runs. Cotuit still led 4-0 going into that point. They would end up leading 6-0 through 6. Let's go to the bottom of the 7th inning where Chatham finally scrapes across a run thanks to its trusty right fielder, catcher, literally everything in between.
0-1 from Schlesinger. Grounded sharply through the left side into left field. RBI base knock for Tate Ballestero brings home Lyle Miller-Green for the first run tonight for Chatham. Save advances just a second on the hit. 6-1 Cotuit. Flip the lineup over to Kyson Donahue.
And Aiden Miola, the second batter, right after Kyson Donahue, came up with the bases loaded and a chance to break the game open.
Nonetheless, a 3-1 count. The pitch. Grounded right back through the middle, stays on a line out towards center, and it's gloved by Green Jr.
So that retired the side, bases loaded. That was the first time that Chatham had the tying run up at the dish, and it resulted in no runs. If we advance to the bottom of the 8th inning, Cotuit up 6-2. Well, they got the second run thanks to the son of Jeff Kent.
Up the middle, it's a base hit between Schulke's legs. Schallenberger gets the round around third. Throw comes into home. It's late. Schallenberger safe. An RBI single for Caden Kent puts a dent into Cotuit's lead. 6-2 Kettleers, bottom 8.
So the score would stay the same throughout the remainder of the ball game, 6-2 in favor of Cotuit. And if you advance to the bottom of the 9th inning, Kyson Donahue came up. He was the first batter in that frame. He struck out swinging. Aiden Miola then flied out to center field, and Chris Maldonado was the last batter of the game.
He tucked out of the way of that one. And he stands right outside the coach's box. Let's do 0-2 all over again. Ready on ready matchup. Maldonado in the back of the right-handed batter's box. Hughes is 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's the ball game. Chatham strikes out 16 times in one game and loses 6-2 to Cotuit here at Veterans Field. Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits.
I'll get to the final line, Joe. Don't worry about it. Cotuit with 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors, left 14 runners on base. For Chatham, 2 runs on 7 hits, 1 error, and 10 left on base. Those are the post-game highlights presented to you, as always, by the Chatham Athletic Association. Rejoined by Andrew Selover up here in the booth. Andrew, the winning pitcher today, Cam Hill from Georgia Tech. 2 2/3 innings, a hit, no runs, 6 Ks, no walks. Parker Smith, Chatham starter, gets nabbed with the loss. 3 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 2 Ks, 3 walks. Game started at 7:10 and finished at 10:30. Total time of the game, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Selover, Cotuit, one of the best teams in the league, off to a hot start at 6-1 on the season.
Yeah, and Cotuit really took an interesting approach to this game. Obviously, the game plan is to throw lefty arms out against Chatham. Through 2 games, I'd say it's been pretty successful. And then down the stretch, Mike Roberts really used his bullpen and had short leashes to ensure that Cotuit could close out this game. And for Chatham, didn't capitalize down the stretch on the opportunities, but also didn't really make any opportunities offensively in the first half of the game. It was a pretty lifeless first 5 innings if you're an Anglers fan.
Well, Chatham's only wins this year have come at home, and the A's get a chance to rewrite the script tomorrow with a 7 p.m. first pitch against Bourne. The 2022 Cape League champions off to a sluggish start this season, coming into today with 3 points. Once again, Cotuit winners here at Veterans Field, a 6-2 final score in Chatham, Massachusetts. For Andrew Selover and our producer Jake Klein, I'm Joe Puccio. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Father's Day, and we'll see you tomorrow night right here at Veterans Field.
Chatham Anglers Baseball 2023 has been brought to you by the Chatham Squire, Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, the Red Nun Bar and Grill, Short and Sweet Ice Cream, Cape Cod 5, Audio Associates, the Chatham Bars Inn, and by the Chatham Athletic Association.
Chatham Baseball, sports radio, play-by-play, summertime on Cape Cod.
This has been an exclusive presentation of Chatham Baseball on TRZ Team Line.
Chatham on TRZ.